Hello and welcome to VR Download, our weekly show streamed live from a virtual studio in VR. Ian should be joining me this week near the end of the show. It depends on whether you can make time with some personal stuff. So some of the topics near the end are things Ian wants to discuss. And at the start, we'll go through some more kind of technical stuff so that this flows a little bit better. Thank you to all of our members and patrons on both the website and on YouTube. In particular, we do read out our patrons' names at the start of every show. So that's XR Developer News, Podum, the developer of Smash Drums, HoloNet, Mike Manzano, Justin Corcoran of Phosphor Studios, Richard Meller, Parmesan, Qubits, Steve Lucas, David Wyatt, and Deepanch. Thanks everyone for being here today. Great to see all our regulars here in the comments getting ready. Too many to name, but I'll just list the first I see. Hero Mation, Not Suspicious, Stormy Seas, Biggs, Siegfried, F Meister, Cleverus, Davin Bigelow, Arlen, Subcog, Black Market Honey, Afro Badger, Nick Watkins, Craig Melville, CJ7, Denver Miller. Thanks so many people there in the comments. It's great to see you all. So last week we finished talking about smart glasses. This week we're going to start and get those news topics out of the way. There isn't too much depth in the smart glasses topics. We're going to talk about the Oakley Meta housing glasses, shipping, CNBC's report on Meta's HUD glasses. That relates to the expectations Meta has for sales, as well as a possible hint that they could be planning to support third-party apps. So there could be a developer ecosystem there, which I'm sure will interest some of the developers in our audience. Then we'll talk about Google's interview with Bloomberg, where they said that while they are partnering with eyewear companies, they still haven't decided whether to do their own glasses. So I guess you could joke Google Glass 3.0 or Pixel glasses. They haven't decided yet whether to do that or just to do their partnership strategy where they provide the technology and software, quite similar to their strategy when it comes to the Samsung Android XR headset, which we will talk about later in the show. After those four smart glasses news topics, we will then talk about some development and computer vision news. So we will talk about Quest V78 improving the Passthrough camera's API image quality. So why that matters is that it means Quest 3 can kind of be used as an entry-level 3D camera now. We'll then talk about the new update to the mixed reality utility kit from Meta, their Unity mixed reality SDK that lets developers easily track QR codes. With a couple of lines of code, you can track and decode QR codes. We'll then talk about Lynx, the French headset startup, open sourcing an Android 6DoF positional tracking system. So that's ready to go. Any company in theory building an Android standalone headset, especially with a Qualcomm chipset, could implement that. We will then talk about Horizon World's desktop editor. So it's just added the ability to AI generate islands. And yes, specifically only islands. And Meta has promised that the ability to add AI NPCs that you can have conversations with will roll out to all creators very soon. So there are already AI NPCs in Horizon from Meta and their very close partners, but this will open the floodgates to any creator being able to add these NPCs. A lot of topics today. Then we will discuss No Man's Sky on PlayStation VR 2, specifically when driven by the PlayStation 5 Pro. It's the first VR game confirmed to use PS5 Pro's PSSR AI upscaling. So that's like the PS5 Pro's equivalent to NVIDIA DLSS. And that's being used in No Man's Sky in combination with eye tracked foveated rendering to deliver some really impressive visuals. And that's a combination we expect to be kind of fundamental to the future of VR, the combination of eye tracked foveated rendering and neural upscaling. Then we will talk about Samsung Android XR headset, specifically the report that suggests that it will be priced somewhere between about $1,800 and $3,000. So not as expensive as Vision Pro, but still quite expensive. And that report also echoes earlier reports suggesting that it will actually ship in South Korea first and then have a wider rollout at a later date throughout the world. Then we'll talk about Rec Room. They've had the very somber news that they are halving their staff, and we'll talk about the reasons for that. They're laying off half their staff. They say they were pushing a giant vision that they couldn't realistically deliver. We'll get into what that means. After that, we will talk about version 81 of Horizon OS, or at least the public test channel version of V81, completely overhauling your VR home. Gets rid of all the previous home environments that I've always been ranting about in this show as being terrible, and replaces them with something new that has free locomotion and some other interesting features. That update also improves meta AI on Quest, if you're in the US and Canada, that is, and it makes the Navigator UI optional. So some really interesting changes there. After that, we will be discussing the research that Ian picked up on, where invisible mobile robots make deliveries to VR and AR. This is some research from Princeton. They are obviously not literally invisible, but to you in VR or even in mixed reality, they can seem invisible so that it appears that an object is just a kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Teleported into existence in front of you, spawned. Finally, we will talk about an editorial from a freelancer that echoes some things we've been saying on this show for a long time. It's on UploadVR.com right now, and it's titled "The VR Retail Experience Needs a Hard Reboot." And it really does bring a lot of thoughts that we've been having into writing there, that, you know, it's so important for new VR potential buyers to be able to actually try a high quality demo. That first demo can be everything. It's something Apple clearly understands. Look at what's happening in the Apple stores. But there are a lot of disappointing demo booths for Quest headsets in retailers, staffed by people who don't care or staffed by no one at all. And yeah, we'll talk about why that needs to change. If Meta is serious about wanting to get VR to hundreds of millions of people, and if it wants to kind of get over its Quest sealed rut, it could be a major opportunity there. So great to see even more people flowing in here. SAO Galaxy asks, why is 1,800 to 3,000 bad pricing? Play for Dream is $2,000, and most old headsets are 200 plus. I think you mean 2,000 plus there. I mean, it's all relative, right? So Play for Dream is not a mass market headset. It's sold in quite limited quantities because of its price, right? It all comes down to value, of course. You know, people will pay thousands of pounds for the right holiday or thousands of dollars for the right car. People pay hundreds of thousands or millions for a house. So it's all about the value it brings to your life. But right now, there are big questions as to whether the headsets of today can really justify these multi-$1,000 prices. Eventually, Google will obviously want to partner with companies that are bringing out more affordable Android XR hardware. X-Rail's project is likely to be more affordable, but it's obviously a very different display type. So it's all relative is the answer to the pricing thing. Let's get straight into it then. We'll talk about our first topic. This is something that we don't want to go into too much because we have gone into last week that the pre-orders opened. The Oakley Meta Houston glasses are now shipping out there. So this was already the case for the limited edition last month, but these are the regular ones that start at $400 and go up from there. So at $400, you can get the warm gray with the ruby prism lenses, kind of just sunglasses, or you can get the black one with clear lenses. Then, you know, for $450, you get the kind of polarized lenses in either brown and deep water, as they call it, or the black polarized lenses. And then at $480, you can get the transitions lenses in either kind of black with purple, or the clear one that some people seem to actually like over the other ones. Not much to say here. These are, as we've gone over before, just essentially Ray-Ban Meta Pro, right? They record higher resolution video than Ray-Ban Meta. That matters because it actually means that if you want to crop the 16:9, this thing obviously takes vertical video meant for social media. If you want to crop down to widescreen 16:9, you have a lot more pixels to work with now, and it's actually kind of roughly 1080p if you did want to crop into 16:9 because you're taking it from a 3K image. So that matters. The battery life is also longer. In every other way, it's the same product as Ray-Ban Meta. These are displayless smart glasses that you listen to music and audiobooks and podcasts on, take calls with, talk to Meta AI, those kind of use cases, and obviously as well as the obvious use case of taking photos and videos. Let's move straight on from that, unless there are any kind of comments here. Yeah, I don't see anyone kind of too interested in this one. Let us know, I guess, in the comments if you are getting them. I'm not personally. I don't think the style is really for me, but that's obviously something very personal. So let's move on to talk about HUD glasses then. Smart glasses that do have a display. If you've read UploadVR any time in the past few months, or been on this show, listening in and commenting, you'll know that a wide range of sources indicate that Meta plans to launch these smart glasses with a small heads-up display in one eye, codenamed Hypernova, that will have this EMG wristband in the box for finger gesture controls. Recent reports from Bloomberg's Mark Gurman have suggested that this is going to be priced around $800. He had said in the past that Meta planned to be over $1,000, but now, as we discussed a few weeks ago, last week I think actually, it's Meta wants to really be aggressive with the pricing here. That doesn't, however, mean that it has ambitions of mass market success. According to both CNBC and supply chain analyst Ming-Chi Kuo, Meta has very low sales expectations for Hypernova. Specifically, Ming-Chi Kuo, the supply chain analyst that we've sort of quoted on the show before, sometimes accurate, sometimes not, claims that Meta has told its suppliers to expect to sell around roughly 150 to 200,000 units over the course of 2 years, which is this product's reported life cycle. In 2 years, as we discussed last week, Meta reportedly plans to release a binocular version with the display in both eyes to succeed it. But in that time, that's only 75 to 100,000 a year. The company really clearly does not expect to sell this at anywhere near the scale of Ray-Ban Meta, because flashback to Ray-Ban Meta, it hasn't even been out 2 years yet, and it's sold, estimates range between 3 and 4 million so far. So, why is it that Meta would expect to sell so many fewer? Part of it's obvious, right? The price. The other aspect is the bulk and weight. So you can visually see that this is a kind of thicker design compared to Ray-Ban Meta. You can particularly see in this image on the temple arm here. According to the information, these will weigh 70 grams. That compares to the 50 grams of the Ray-Ban Meta. And for comparison, 40 grams for the non-smart versions of the Ray-Ban Meta the glasses are based on. So you're talking 40 for your regular sunglasses, 50 for Ray-Ban Meta, and then up to 70 for these. So that's a big boost. It's not crazy. You're not going into hundreds of grams or anything like that. We're obviously not talking about, wearing a 500 gram VR headset here, but it is, for something that you're wearing all day, significant, because the point of these smart glasses is that you keep wearing them even when they run out of battery, and they just exist as normal glasses or sunglasses. With the Ray-Ban Meta and the Oakley Meta Houston, you can get those both with prescription lenses and just wear them as your regular glasses. According to the reports, the same thing will be the case for Hypernova. You can wear these things with prescription lenses. And so that's going to be an ergonomic issue. But this is going to be one of the fundamental issues with AR glasses in general, right? And, we're not even talking about AR yet. Meta's Orion was boasting being under 100 grams for comparison. The Orion unshippable prototype of full wide field of view positionally tracked AR. In comparison, again, if you're new on this show, this product we're talking about here, it's a small monocular HUD heads-up display that is fixed in your view. An interesting tidbit from that CNBC report is also that according to that report, the field of view of this HUD will be around 20 degrees. We don't know whether that's horizontal or diagonal. If it's most smart glasses field of views that you would hear, be it X-Real or Meta's Orion or Magic Leap or anything like this, any kind of see-through product, they tend to use diagonal. And they do that because it actually sounds better. If you were to state your Quest 3s in diagonal, depending on where you measure it, you could go up to 120 or above, but we all know that we typically state horizontal, or we explicitly state horizontal by vertical. When it comes to these smart glasses, the hypotenuse is obviously longer than the sides, so these companies obviously go for the diagonal to make it sound better. So Orion, that unshippable AR prototype, when Meta says 70 degrees, that's not horizontal, that's diagonal. It's actually less than that horizontal. So depending on whether this thing, the HUD glasses, is 20 diagonal or horizontal, that would actually make quite a big difference. I would point out though that both are going to be like bigger than your phone screen, right? Or depending on how far away you hold your phone, I guess. It's not as small as some people react when they hear about this idea of a small HUD. We're not talking about something that is like, it's really hard to come up with a distance varied thing, but if you hold your hand out at arm's length, it's going to be like bigger than that, right? So it depends how you view this. In comparison, Google Glass was about 24 degrees diagonal and about 20 degrees horizontal. So it'll be interesting to see where this lands. I hope that UploadVR gets to try it before it launches or when it launches, and we'll obviously bring you our impressions of that. So, I went through some of the factors there when it comes to price and bulk, but those aren't the only. One of the others is retail strategy. So everything so far suggests that this will not be a product in partnership with EssilorLuxottica. EssilorLuxottica being the French-Italian eyewear giant that owns Ray-Ban and Oakley and a bunch of other brands. This is Meta doing it alone. Now, that might have changed given that Meta obviously recently took that 3% stake in EssilorLuxottica. Maybe they are going to put a brand there on it. There's no indication of that, though. There's no leak that suggests that at all. In fact, the leak that did show the kind of interior of the, the inside of the arm of Hypernova, that leak showed an engraving that just says Meta Celeste, which indicates either that's a code name or the product name for Meta. So why does this matter? It means that they won't be able to sell in stores, right? A huge channel for Ray-Ban Meta sales is you can walk into a Ray-Ban store and now an Oakley store and buy these smart glasses, try them on. Maybe Meta has some sort of partnership with EssilorLuxottica, but I think it's probably unlikely that they're doing it that way. And then obviously the last factor is just the style, right? As I mentioned, the Ray-Ban glasses are based on one of the most iconic sunglasses styles in the world. These are very much so not. They look a lot kind of, however you want to say it, negatively kind of dorkier or maybe old-fashioned looking. They're not the same kind of, super stylish glasses, but these are obviously necessary sacrifices to get that heads-up display in, right? You can't add a display to Ray-Ban Meta and not add any weight in bulk. That's not how this works. They have to house the LCOS projector somewhere, which it's kind of like an LCD micro display. And then there's kind of other issues with you got to make the battery bigger if you want to have the same battery life. You've got to do all kinds of things around, making this area more rigid and things like that. So all of these factors combined mean that Meta obviously only, according to Ming Chi Kuo and CNBC, expects to sell, less than 1/10 the units. Now, they could be surprised, right? They could. This could be one of their breakout hits. This could be something that everyone buys. It's kind of impossible to know before product launches exactly how many people are going to buy it, right? Meta was completely shocked by the Ray-Ban Meta glasses success. Not everyone actually knows this, but I'm sure in our audience, a lot of you do. Before the Ray-Ban Meta, there was Ray-Ban Stories, which was quite a similar product, but with a lower quality camera and microphone and just slightly older tech. The app was a lot worse. It didn't have AI, right? It didn't have Meta AI, and it flopped. It just completely flopped. Not only did it not sell well, but people didn't even use them. So Meta's original plan with the Ray-Ban Meta was to do one last try, and then their expectation was that it would probably do okay, and then they would move on to glasses with a display and never look back to displayless glasses. This is, Meta executives have said this in multiple interviews publicly. This isn't speculation. And then what happened is it was a breakout success. They're literally, as I've gone over before, selling the Ray-Ban Meta glasses faster than they can manufacture them. So is it possible we see the same thing with these hard glasses? Of course. Is it likely? No, because all the factors that made Ray-Ban Meta a success, the fact that it's only 10 grams heavier than the non-smart glasses, it's $300 at starting price, it's stylish, it's available in stores. Those factors aren't here yet, but maybe we'll have to see. Maybe the HUD overrules all those factors, and maybe the combination of the HUD and the wristband, we'll see. At this point, it's just guessing, right? Nobody knows yet. It's like all of the market research in the world doesn't survive first contact with the market, The other thing in the CNBC report that's quite interesting is that they have a claim about the wristband itself and some of the kind of ergonomic factors at play there. So let me see if I can bring up the wristband image here. According to this report, Meta's had some ergonomic issues in testing, one of them being that it has to be tight enough on your wrist. The report didn't say, it has to be uncomfortably tight or anything like that. It just said that if it's worn too loose, if you have it literally sliding up and down your wrist, I would assume, it's not going to work well. So you need to make sure it's tight. The other thing is, according to this report again, it needs to know which arm it's on. So if you haven't specified that, or if you specified it wrong and you put it, on your right arm and it thinks it's on your left, then the tracking isn't going to be working as well then. And then they also said that they've had some kind of minor issues relating to how it works on men versus women, how it works on people with sleeves, things like that. We've talked about all of the abstract advantages of EMG, right? If you've missed that, you get very precise finger tracking without having to be in view of any camera, with very little power draw, no kind of need to have these expensive computer vision algorithms constantly working, works in complete darkness, all of these advantages. But this is going to be Gen 1 of this technology, and there are going to be issues, and it's not going to be perfect. So it's interesting to see CNBC be the first kind of canary in the coal mine there of saying that this is, something that Meta's been working with and struggling with. The report did note, though, that as their data collection increases, as they collect more data from more kinds of wrists and people, obviously, and they improve their machine learning models, they say that this has gotten more and more reliable over time. And that's something we expect to continue, right? All of this is machine learning at the end of the day. It's taking in very noisy data and putting it through a machine learning model and coming out with an output. And Meta's been working on this for, I should say, the company that Meta acquired, Control Labs, back in 2019, has been working on this for a very, very long time. The same guy leads it at Meta, right? Thomas Reardon was the same person who led Control Labs. So I think he's been working on this for about a decade now. And so that just shows you how long it takes for some of this hard tech to ship. Some people in our comments often ask, like, when's this crazy research that Meta's doing going to ship? Why are they showing this? Sometimes when it's not just about, making a smartphone camera a little bit better, or, making its screen brighter, or kind of iterative 1 to 2 work, it's a lot harder. Going from 0 to 1, bringing new technology to market at mass scale and high reliability and low cost, it's damn challenging. So normally, as a normal consumer, you don't actually see a lot of this stuff. It happens behind the scenes. And Meta, amongst the major tech companies, especially when it comes to hardware at least, is quite unique in how open it is about its research on things like this. Yeah, so let's talk about another aspect of that CNBC report. There's obviously a lot of details in there. You can read the summary at UploadVR.com, and we link to the original. The other aspect of that is that the report says that Meta is reaching out to developers, third-party developers, to build apps for the glasses and EMG wristband. So Interestingly, they say they're specifically looking at developers with expertise in generative AI. So it's not clear, are they talking about voice-only apps? Are they talking about apps that actually use the display and dynamic input? Not a lot of detail there at all. But compared to the Ray-Ban Meta, right, there is no third-party developer ecosystem on Ray-Ban Meta. You can kind of hack it in by, having it so that you live stream to Instagram and then on a PC side decoding that live stream and stuff. But there's not really. All of this is very, hacked. That's not a real ecosystem. It opens the question of, how reliable, not how reliable, how robust will this developer ecosystem be? Will you be able to build literal apps that go on a literal app store, or will this be, just kind of like Alexa skills where you talk to Meta AI and it goes and reaches out to a server side, very limited app? We don't know is the answer, but it's probably the biggest question that we've seen from UploadVR about Hypernova when it comes from our developer audience. That's all anyone wants to know. We're seeing the success of smart glasses. It's clear there's a massive future across displayless, HUD, and AR. But when is there a developer ecosystem coming along? Arlen Kundert is bringing up an interesting comment saying that he hopes that these wristbands pull double duty as fitness trackers. That seems like such a no-brainer that I would be shocked if Meta doesn't do it. Whoop is essentially one of these things, but without the SEMG. In fact, quite interestingly, when Whoop is doing some of its heart detection stuff, its EKG, they filter out the EMG data as added unwanted noise. So it's funny to see there's kind of two sides of the same having a wristband around your wrist. So Meta probably can, put in a heart rate sensor and things like that and have this act like a Whoop or a Fitbit as well. Would be shocked to see that not happen, given that otherwise, if you do have a fitness tracker, you're going to have to wear the fitness tracker and the CMG wristband. So I think Meta has to do this if they want people to actually want to use this all day. It's something that so many people use now, a fitness tracker, that it would be shocking to release a wrist device that doesn't do that. CJ7 asking on the glasses side, could they make teeny tiny batteries that stack throughout the glasses frames and temple spaces? So yeah, they can. And I think Orion maybe does have distributed batteries. The problem is there's not actually that much space. There's a lot of tech going into here, into these devices. When it comes to the chip and the battery and the speaker and the mic and the LCOS projector here, and you also need some space for thermal dissipation and things like that. There really isn't a huge amount of space. And the other problem is weight, right? The more batteries you add, the heavier it is. And sure, it's better for them to be in the arm, but at the end of the day, it's still, pushing down in some way. And the goal for these things is that people who have prescriptions wear them all day. And that means that this is a very harsh kind of trade-off space. Indeed. Let's have a look at some of the other questions here and thoughts in the comments. Lots of people kind of giving their take here. James O'Loughlin pointing out that the thing with these neural wristbands is that they learn more about you the more you use them. Yeah, there's definitely an adaptability thing here. That is something that these researchers have talked about a lot. Their goal, however, is to make it work very, very well out of the box. You don't want a product that from the start has unreliable gestures. So sure, is it possible that this will get higher quality over time as it self-calibrates, does the kind of automatic calibration and learns your wrist pattern, your the way that the electrical signals are going to your muscles? Of course. But it needs to work well out of the box. It needs to work on day one. Maybe with a short calibration step, that's fine. Apple Vision Pro has a calibration step for its eye tracking. So does PlayStation VR 2. It's fine to have a calibration step immediately. But it needs to then work. It can't be something of wait 2 weeks and hopefully it works then. But it's a very good point regardless. Onakazi is asking, is there an IMU in there? That's an inertial measurement unit that would have a gyroscope and accelerometer. I'm pretty sure there is. I'm not sure if it's explicitly stated here, but I am pretty sure in the chip they do, because you can see in some of the leaked gestures that Meta showed, kind of like twists and physical movements like this that would be very, very difficult to capture otherwise. And for how cheap IMUs are these days, a couple of cent to add a product like this, it would be crazy for them to not add an IMU. Yeah, I see Steve Barr has asked the same question about health sensors. Oh, Steve Barr is asking, could they also be integrated into the smart glasses arms? That's a really interesting question because we've seen, some earbuds on the market that have heart rate sensors, and that's another source of data. You'd be able to do some high quality health analysis if you could have sensors that are on those temple arms against your head as well. I doubt it in the first gen, but it's one of those things that over time, as these smart glasses get better and better and they look to competition that we'll talk about very shortly, actually, it seems like a very obvious feature, right? Craig Melville is asking, will Meta allow other LLMs like Gemini and ChatGPT on this so-called open platform? So will you be able to, for example, say something like, hey, Meta, ask ChatGPT, and then your query? So there has been some data mining done of the Meta AI app that you use to control, to set up the Ray-Ban Meta glasses and these coming glasses. And that suggests that the answer is yes. There are references to being able to put your own ChatGPT API key in there and do that. People say, why would Meta do that? Like, they want it locked down. On the one hand, yeah, but on the other hand, when you talk to Meta AI, Meta pays for the inference on their servers, right? Meta is running Llama 4 on their servers, and they pay the electricity costs there. If you put in your own ChatGPT API key, you're the one paying. So it's actually, Meta actually does have a slight financial incentive to do so. Obviously, there's a big issue there in that then they can't, promote their own products and services and do things like advertising and promotions through that. But you could argue that the number of users that are going to actually go and use their own ChatGPT API key at their own cost, and on the mass market scale that even know what a ChatGPT API key is, are so small that it's worth having those people when it doesn't actually have that much of a disadvantage. So I would expect that to happen. Yeah, I could see that. I could easily see that being announced at Connect 2025. I could see that being an announcement. RG is asking, what are your thoughts on the new Roku glasses? So I've actually been working on an article for quite a while now. Sometimes at UploadVR, we start writing an article, and it's kind of like an evergreen one. It's not about the news of the day. It's about something wider. And then halfway through, or even, a quarter through, news pops up, and you have to pivot over to the news. And then you go back, and then more news pops up. And it kind of ends up that you get so pulled away that it takes a while to get them out. But I've been working on an article for quite a while that is, right now, the draft title is Everyone and Anyone is Making Smart Glasses, and it goes through how there are just dozens of companies here. We talk about the big players because they're likely to have this market advantage and kind of leverage their existing platforms. But there are a lot of startups. HTC even announced Vive Eagle, their own smart glasses. There's Brilliant Labs doing an interesting kind of binocular but monochrome approach. We want to talk about them and report on them. If we had more hours in the day, we would have already. There's, our biggest constraint, obviously, while we deeply appreciate people becoming a member and financially supporting us because that helps us offload some things to freelancers at times, our biggest constraint is time. It really is. It's not ideas. It's not like directly financial. Obviously, every company needs money to function, but it's time. If I could wish for one thing, it would be more hours in the day. Let's have a look here at some of the other comments. James O'Loughlin is echoing what quite a few people are saying, which is that they're more interested in the wristband than the glasses, and they actually almost want to get this product to just get the glasses. Seeing a question here, have there been any leaks regarding what markets these glasses will be sold? It's a great question. It's been indicated that it will only be a few markets at first. The key, US, UK, Canada kind of markets for at first. I imagine we'll probably see a gradual rollout, but we'll have to see. Hero Mission is asking, is there 6DoF tracking in these glasses? No. So that's fundamentally one of the things that separates HUD glasses from AR glasses. On a hardware perspective, HUD glasses, let me put it the other way around. On a hardware perspective, AR glasses are just HUD glasses with a wide field of view and positional tracking. There's no extra magic you have to add in to make it AR, right? They're using the same fundamental. Meta's eventual AR glasses will use the same fundamental type of display, an LCOS projector with a waveguide. It's just that this one is 20 degrees or so, and the eventual AR glasses product will be about 50, maybe 60 at the absolute best, talking about the first generation. The other major difference, obviously, is that the AR glasses will be binocular, but there's no reason you couldn't do a binocular HUD glasses. So to kind of rephrase this, apologies for the awkwardness here, folks. The only difference between binocular HUD glasses and AR glasses is the field of view and the addition of positional tracking. That's it. There's on a hardware level, and that's not easy, obviously. To add positional tracking, you have to have, these low latency, wide field of view grayscale cameras. So you're adding in more sensors, and that means more power draw, more weight and bulk to find a place to put them. And it also, more importantly, means you have to process those cameras. And relative to the size of the little batteries in these smart glasses, positional tracking is a huge ask. It would be very computationally expensive. What all of these companies are looking to do, of course, is to come up with these very efficient custom chips. And I don't just mean like the DSP accelerators in chipsets. I mean chips that are designed to do solely 6DoF positional tracking. Like that is from the fundamental hardware level, these chips are designed to do that, and that makes them extremely power efficient. We are likely to see the first gen of AR glasses do this. One of the things that will come out of the Orion project into the product is Meta's work on custom silicon. It's just not viable to run positional tracking on AR glasses that are very relatively thin and light. So no, this will not is the answer to that. This only, we think this only has one camera. It might have two, but it might just be the same thing as Ray-Ban Meta, where one of the things you see here is a camera, and the other is just an LED, a privacy LED. Yeah. So, there's no positional tracking here. You only see a small HUD in one eye, in the right eye, according to these reports. And it's actually, according to the reports, it's in the bottom of the right eye. So you actually have to look down. It doesn't block your view. You see the notification or whatever, and you look down to the bottom right area to see it. So it's actually not, you could argue, is that still a heads up display? It's heads up, but eyes down. That's just technicality at that point. Yeah, we have Headset Historian asking about any thoughts on the Brilliant Labs Halo glasses. Yeah, so we plan to cover these kind of smaller companies, Brilliant Labs and Even Realities. They're very cool, but yeah, we plan to cover them in that article that I'm bringing up. Siegfried is asking, could you get 4 of the wristbands and attach them to your arms and legs for full body tracking in VR? In theory, yes. So this one, you would need more than 4, because to intercept this in a kind of high quality way where you see exactly which muscles are working, you need it on your wrist here, and your wrist doesn't know what your arm is doing, right? The signal's coming from your brain and activating muscles. You can only intercept past that, right? So you would have to kind of maybe have one up at the top of your arm and on your wrist, and then obviously on each side, and then at the top of your leg, and then like right down at your ankles to do like, I don't think you need individual toe tracking. So maybe you could get away with just having one on your leg. There are companies that are doing this for prosthetics, right? One of the non-consumer applications of this technology, and it already is being used, is obvious, right? You intercept the signal for someone who doesn't have a hand or an arm or a leg, and then you use that to drive a robotic prosthetic, and that can give people, really high quality dexterity from serious disabilities. So that's obviously an amazing use case of EMG. That's a lot higher cost, those sort of deployments. This is trying to bring this kind of to consumer. TY is asking, let's see, people aren't bored of recording their boring lives on these glasses yet. I personally, we're obviously talking about the Ray-Ban Meta glasses there, I guess, because these are, giving you a HUD that is a lot more useful than that. This is giving you, your notification, weather, time, open those notifications, read an email on the go and things like that. And being able to, have live captions for the real world, translation, turn by turn navigation. But you're talking about the Ray-Ban Meta glasses, I assume. And I think what's interesting for me is that I don't actually use the recording that much. Sometimes I'll take a photo of something, if it's in the moment, I'm on a hike and I see a rare bird or something in the sky, I'll take a quick video or something that I would not have time to get out my phone. Or if I'm doing something first person, like cycling or something like that, it's kind of cool. But I find that I use the Ray-Ban Meta glasses specifically, and all these kind of traditional smart glasses that sort of apply to these for audiobooks and podcasts while I'm walking. And you can adjust the volume so that people really cannot hear you nearby, and then you still have your full open ears. I also use them for phone calls. I take all my phone calls on them. I've said this before. I think having an open ear and just being able to put on glasses, I don't have to like charge individual earbuds or anything like that. It's the glasses are already there, ready to go. If I'm out on a sunny day, I already have the glasses on. Somebody calls me, I just take the call instantly. I'm ready to go. That's great. The microphone quality is amazing. The other thing is, it's good to have AI when you need it, contextually. I was on a hike in the weekend, as you can probably tell, and I came across like a kind of rare tree. I didn't know what it was, and I just said, "Hey, Meta, what kind of tree is this?" And I heard the sound effect to indicate that it's taking a picture. I hear the little boop, 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 boop of the AI processing it, and I got back the correct answer. So I could have stopped, taken out my phone, taken a picture, gone to ChatGPT, but I just turned, asked the question, and kept walking. And as I was walking, I got the answer. So the AI is more useful than I think some of the detractors seem to think. It's not that you can't do these things on your phone. It's that it's more convenient. And the argument I've often made for this is that, saying, "Oh, I can do this on my phone," about AI on smart glasses is like 20 years ago or so saying, "Why would you carry around, a smartphone with internet access? I've got my laptop in my backpack. If I need to look something up, I'll just take my laptop out." In the same way that there's a friction difference there and a convenience difference between taking your laptop out, flipping it up, logging in or whatever, and going in to open up the browser and typing things in, there is a friction difference in taking out your phone and opening an app versus literally just saying, "Hey, Meta," and then your question at any time. So I think we'll not get into this too much, but there's obviously an advantage there. Anyway, let's move on to talk about some of the competition. Again, we really do plan to cover some of the smaller competition, but let's just talk about some of the bigger competition first. Google being the main company that seems to be gunning for Meta's market position when it comes to smart glasses. Google told Bloomberg in an interview that they haven't yet decided whether to ship their own smart glasses. And some people maybe misinterpreted this headline and maybe didn't read into the article a little bit. I'm not saying anyone in this audience, but I saw some misinterpretations of people thinking that this means that Google isn't even sure if it's entering the smart glasses market at all. That's not what this means. So let's be clear. Google announced at I/O when it showed off that flashy demo of smart glasses with a monocular HUD, right? That's the same thing that Meta is shipping. Google showed off a demo at I/O. It told reporters that this was not an actual Google product. This is actually a Samsung-made prototype that is acting as a reference design for the companies that will be shipping products with Gemini. And those companies, to start with, are going to be Gentle Monster and Warby Parker. So it's a very similar strategy to Meta, where you partner with an existing stylish eyewear brand. In Google's case, according to reports last year, Google wanted the EssilorLuxottica partnership. They tried to steal it from Meta, but Meta was able to secure it into the next decade, right? Meta, before they invested that 3% stake into EssilorLuxottica, had a 10-year partnership already. So Meta has at minimum the 10-year partnership. That means that Google went for, what do you do? If Meta takes the company that has an almost monopoly on eyewear, you obviously partner with its rising competitors. And so Google is going to partner with Gentle Monster and Warby Parker. Warby Parker is a kind of conventional competitor. Gentle Monster is a kind of more popular with celebrities and Gen Z, upstarting one from South Korea. They also plan to partner with Kering Eyewear as well in the future. So Google is going to do the everyone else, but EssilorLuxottica, and let them have their own smart glasses with Gemini on board. But Google itself has not decided whether they will release, Pixel glasses or whatever they would call it if it was going to be their first party ones from them. Interestingly, one thing I want to stress before we move on this topic is that despite the way that this was presented on stage, Google did confirm to us that the HUD is optional for the actual hardware companies. So it's entirely possible that these first glasses will be just like Ray-Ban Meta and Oakley Meta Houston, where they do not have a display. We don't know yet. I would guess probably they will start without a display and that Meta will be alone there, but it won't be long, right? Google didn't demo this for nothing. They want to get a product out there. Maybe Samsung will be the company that does it. Just like Samsung made these anyway, right? They did not entirely, right? Samsung and Google worked together is a better way to put that. Samsung had a lot to do with these, but it is pitched as a reference design for kind of other companies to bring to market. In this industry for the past 10 years, there have been so many reference designs. People love to make reference designs and not really ship things. Anyway, if you hate smart glasses and don't care about them, good news for you. We're moving on to our next topics, back into VR and mixed reality. The first is that the Quest V78 update, which everyone out here will have, improved the pass-through camera API's image quality. So to be clear, we're not talking about the pass-through that you as the wearer see. Meta has released a bunch of updates over Quest 3's lifespan that has increased that. We've reported on them in detail, talked about them on this show. That's already happened. I think they're probably at the hardware limit there at this point, at least for the foreseeable future. This is about the image quality that developers get when they request frames from the pass-through cameras, which is something that Meta has allowed them to do for months now, right? Since April, they've been able to ship it on the store. How this works is that you see a pop-up as a user. Do you want to let the app access your headset cameras? If you accept, they can access them. Mostly the primary use case for this is computer vision. I talked a few episodes ago about how I was so impressed with that little putting app that tracked a real ball, and so you could use your real putter and ball. There are other interesting computer vision use cases that people have been using the pass-through camera API for. Niantic used it to bring amazing features as part of their SDK, like live long-distance scene meshing and VPS. We talked about all that on this show. But one of the other usages is to just literally use the frames for actual capture. Why would you want to do that, right? You've got a smartphone with 3D capture. You have two of these pass-through cameras. They have a decent interactual distance. It's not, it's decent. It's actually good. It's decent. And so what you can then do is use Quest as a 3D camera. The problem is that before this V78 update, there was this kind of low quality distortion that was visible there. And so with V78, Meta has dramatically increased that. And why this matters is because it makes Quest 3 now a viable entry-level 3D camera. So you can use the app of the developer that first noticed this, Immer Gallery. It's a $30 VR image and video viewing app that has also added the ability to capture 3D photos. They have a great kind of tool where they make sure that you align them properly, right? Because if you take a 3D photo that's out of alignment, horrible feeling for your eyes when you go to view it. So it's kind of critical that it's aligned. They have a really great way to keep your head aligned with a nice UI there. And then after noticing this, Meta confirmed publicly that this is indeed the case. They did improve this pass-through image quality. So, look, if you are serious about 3D capture, you want to pick up a dedicated camera, right? That could be something as cheap as X-Real Beam Pro, which is $200. If you're really serious and you want to take professional 3D photos, you're going to want to get Canon's spatial lens attachment for its EOS R7 camera, right? It's going to be thousands of dollars, but if you're a serious professional that wants to do 3D capture, that's what you need to do. But look, if you're someone who doesn't want to spend any extra money, you have your Quest 3 and you want to capture some 3D photos, well, now it doesn't suck. Now like the quality is decent, and that's pretty cool. This obviously opens up the obvious question, will Meta make this a system level feature? It already is on Apple Vision Pro, and it already is on Pico 4 Ultra. You can use Apple Vision Pro or Pico 4 Ultra to take 3D photos and videos and then play them back in the headset or share them to other people. It's a key feature of both headsets. I would be shocked if Meta does not add it as a system level feature at some point. Maybe we'll see it at Meta Connect, right? It's the kind of thing I would expect them to at very least announce, if not ship. You'll be able to use your Quest as a 3D camera. Again, we're not talking about a really high quality camera here. These are 4 megapixel pass-through cameras that are designed to be the kind of limit of what you can process in real time on a mobile chipset from 2023. It's the chipset that's the limit to pass through, not the cameras themselves. But there's no point in putting like exotic, super expensive cameras if you can't even process them in the chipset. That's not what these are for. But again, if you want to spend no extra money, other than obviously the $30 for this app, there are other apps that do it, right? It's not the only app. This is just a developer that happened to notice it. It's kind of cool that this is a thing. Yeah, I see Hiromation pointing out that the Pico 4 Ultra does this as well. Yep, that's absolutely the case. People are saying $30 damn. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a very well featured app, but I totally understand that's a lot of money. There are other apps that do it, and I'm not sure, that's not the right word, but it seems likely that Meta will add this as a feature. I can't see why they wouldn't. Jack B is pointing out that one such app is Quest Games Optimizer that they've been using for a year now to do 3D capture. Yeah, so Quest Games Optimizer did it even before the pass-through camera API, but you need to sideload that. If you're in our audience and you love sideloading and that's not a problem, great. Some people, just want to have something on the store. They don't want to use a PC and sideload, so that's something that kind of has to be there. In terms of like, is first-person 3D capture a big part of the future of these headsets and glasses? I'm skeptical about video, because when it's kind of, the head shake is obviously there. Maybe if you keep your head straight, and I guess, first-person things like cycling and all are cool for the. But I think photos are probably the more compelling one, right? And then, I guess this also runs into what we talked about when we brought up the Instagram story a few weeks ago. Synthetic 3D is getting so good that it kind of questions exactly how valuable the 3D from real low entry level cameras is. I'm not talking about the high end ones. They're not being beaten by synthesis anytime soon. I'm talking about the entry level cameras. Yeah, that's a big debate that people can have. Sao Galaxy bringing up a great point that being able to leverage this 3D camera feature, and if you go outside or something, it would be great for Gaussian splatting. Developers could kind of pull in these high quality images and use your headset for Gaussian splats. In fact, Luna, the VR enthusiast that often data mines Horizon OS code, has found hints that Meta might be doing that for its Hyperscape feature. We may have all forgotten about Hyperscape. Remember that demo Meta released? You can use it on your Quest 3 today, of like photorealistic Gaussian splat captures. And this was this last year's Connect or the year before? I usually don't forget something like that, but I can't remember. They did say at the time, this might have been 2 years ago, where they said that they eventually are going to let you capture your own Gaussian splats, on your phone. According to this data mining, to get to the point here, Meta actually does plan to let you use the headset. So other developers could build it now, but it does seem that Meta may plan to let you literally walk around your room with the headset and scan that in. Lots of cool stuff can be done once you give developers access to the pass-through cameras. It's only been a couple of months. We're still barely only seeing the surface scratched of this. The Niantic thing is an example of just how crazy this can go. When you do take into account this Gaussian splatting stuff and all of the other kind of computer vision and neural network stuff going on, giving developers access to these pass-through cameras is going to prove a very good idea, I think, indeed. James O'Loughlin bringing up the question that I'm sure Ian would love to hear if he was here yet. What is a photo and reality anymore? That is a question we could spend a lot of time on, but unfortunately we do not have that time. So we're going to move on to our next topic. Our next topic being Lynx, the French headset startup, has released a ready-to-use open-source Android 6DoF positional tracking system. So let's just make sure I have the details right here. Stand by. Sorry, I've skipped a topic, so we're not on to Lynx yet. We first need to talk about the QR code scanning that Meta has added to the Quest SDK. Stand by here. Yeah, so still on the topic of Passthrough API, it has been possible since the Passthrough API launched to track and decode QR codes using either your own custom computer vision code, right? You have images, you have a chipset, you can do computer vision, or you can import a third-party library of some sort and do that. Unity even has like a built-in computer vision thing now. Developers have been doing this, but what Meta has added now in their mixed reality utility kit SDK for Unity is the ability to do this on a system level with a couple of lines of code. Literally just tick the box and start pulling it in with a very simple on-device API. So you get a 6DoF position for the QR code. You get the 2D binding box. You get a 2D boundary polygon. And of course, you get the decoded payload, such as the URL. So this is something that, again, as a Unity developer, you can have up and running in a matter of seconds. It's a system-level feature, system-level QR code tracking. So this is the second trackable type of Meta's MR utility kit. The first is keyboard tracking. So there's keyboard trackable and QR code trackable. The keyboard one works the same way. It uses computer vision to find something that looks like a keyboard, gives you a bounding box, a 6DoF position. Technically, if you count the touch controllers in Logitech MX Ink, this is the fourth kind of inanimate object that a Quest headset can track on a system level. Right, you got your touch controller, your Logitech MX Ink stylus, your QR codes, and your keyboard. But yeah, we're talking just purely about non-devices here. It's or at least devices that don't directly talk to the headset. It's just keyboard and QR code. Now, big caveat here: this is not for real-time fast object tracking. The update rate here is quite slow. It will update if you move it, but it's not designed for moving objects, so it'll take a little while. There'll be a delay, and it'll be quite slow. So it'll know if you shifted the page by accident, you're not breaking the whole system, right? The system within a second or two will reestablish the track, but it is more akin to Apple Vision Pro's static object tracking than it is to having a magic Pico tracker. So one day we will probably get from a standalone headset the ability to have like real-time, very fast QR code tracking, and then you can literally with a printer make your own tracked objects. It'll happen, but that's not where we are yet. I don't think we have that much kind of NPU overhead on these headsets right now. Even doing this slow static tracking has a little bit of a performance cost. So Meta recommends you only enable it because you can just toggle it on and off as a developer at any time using the API, right? Toggle it on and off. They recommend you only enable it when you need it. So the use cases here are primarily, I think, enterprise and government and kind of, institutions like museums, where it'll let you integrate real world stuff super easily. You could already use, spatial anchors, touch something once and then have it be saved. But that is far less reliable than having a printed QR code. So I think again, this was always possible, or it has always been possible since April, I should say. Always is not the right word. To do it with your own custom computer vision code, but it's so much nicer and easier to just have this on a system level. Apple Vision Pro has it too on a system level, by the way. You can track 2D stuff like this, but again, it's this low update rate stuff. So I've already heard from developers saying this is so good. It's great to not have to, worry about, using some third-party library or whatever, and being able to just have this on a system level for Unity. Not, as far as I can tell, not available in Unreal or native yet. So sorry to our Unreal fans in the audience. Let's see. Yeah, Onakazi's saying more useful for spatial anchors than yeah. So it's good for, aligning a mixed reality or virtual reality experience to a real world setup, or for doing really, really reliable co-location. The problem with using this as a consumer level is that you cannot really expect people today, especially Gen Z, to own a printer. You could, of course, just get them to display a QR code on their phone or a tablet or a PC, right? You just say, go to this URL on your phone and place the phone down, and then you're all calibrated. It's a little bit of extra friction compared to shared spatial anchors. Shared spatial anchors, the feature that lets you do co-location automatically on Quest, it does work pretty damn well sometimes in the right conditions. It depends, are you in an area that has, it's like positional tracking in general. If you were in a completely featureless white room with completely flat lighting and no shadows, your positional tracking wouldn't work on a Quest headset, right? It literally just wouldn't work, because how it works is that it finds unique high contrast patterns and creates this like sparse point cloud map, and then recognizes that again to know where's your play space, where was that anchor, all of these things. So if you think of that as a continuum from the plain white room with no shadows all the way up to like a messy hoarder house with abstract modern art on the wall, you can see that at some point, it gets more and more reliable for the shared spatial anchors. This is fully reliable as long as you have the lighting to see it, right? As long as you have just point a light at the QR code, you can do very, very reliable anchoring like this. But yeah, I think for Chris Richardson brings up a great point that you could use unique QR codes for miniatures, for board games, right? You could have these little kind of positions where you're using a virtual board game character, but on a real board where you're moving around little QR codes, and then on top of them, you're seeing these animated moving characters. A lot of potential there. It's not just one QR code you can track, as far as I can tell. You can track multiple, and this would be an interesting use case for sure. I think this is another one of those issues where it'll be great to see what developers pull off here. And yeah, it's just making their lives easier to not have to roll their own computer vision or import someone else's to use this. Let's now talk about Lynx, the topic that I brought up before accidentally. So Lynx, the French headset startup, has released a ready-to-use open source 6-DoF positional tracking system for Android headsets. So if you don't know what Lynx is, it's a French startup that in 2020 announced Lynx R1, a standalone mixed reality headset that is kind of like a weird middle ground of Quest 2 and Quest Pro, but it was announced before Quest Pro. And had it shipped on time in 2022, it actually would have been the first consumer standalone headset with color pass-through. It did not ship on time. It was repeatedly delayed. It was beaten to market by Quest Pro. And by the time most backers had actually received their headset, Quest 3 and Apple Vision Pro had shipped too. How much you want to blame Lynx versus global supply issues versus the preference that companies and suppliers give to big companies over small, that's a complicated issue that we're not going to get into today. That's just the background, though, of who Lynx is as a company. One of their principles, though, as a company is to be as open as possible, and not in the kind of, platitude way, but really be as open source and open about things and free as possible. So as part of this kind of ethos, they have released this open source positional tracking system. Now, they don't actually use this by default in Lynx. What Lynx uses is Qualcomm's closed source tracking system. So if you use a Qualcomm chip, Qualcomm being the company that makes the chipsets in every non-Apple standalone VR headset, right? Quest, Pico, HTC, all of these companies, if it's a standalone, Android headset, Samsung's headset, Play for Dream, Vivo Vision even, if it's not Apple, it's using a Qualcomm chipset. The only exception I can even think of in the industry is like Magic Leap 2 uses an AMD chip, but it's not a VR headset, it's AR, and it has it on like a big giant external puck thing. But maybe for technicality, I should bring that up. But yeah, so Qualcomm doesn't just provide the chip. If you're a smaller company, they offer it to larger companies, but the larger companies don't want it. They'll also provide the tracking software. So you can build a headset as a company that gets into this and just use Qualcomm's tracking out of the box. And I don't know whether they still do, but at some point, HTC used Qualcomm's tracking. They just let Qualcomm provide this. So it is closed source, though. However, there are some customers that Lynx has where they aren't able to use closed source software that analyzes cameras. So these are customers that Lynx doesn't say what they are, but let's be real, we're probably talking about military and intelligence services, where they have to literally inspect any code that is analyzing the cameras on a device they're using in a certain environment. So they actually released an open source version of the tracking system that's used by these customers. Now, to be clear here, it's not that Lynx actually developed the tracking system from scratch. They adapted the industry standard ORB3 algorithm, which you can find on GitHub. And so one of the adaptations they made, or I guess the key one, is to optimize it to run really well on Android in real time and to leverage the hardware acceleration of the Hexagon DSP on Qualcomm chipsets. So, okay, let's slow down a little bit here. What do I mean by that? So, if you aren't aware of this, you might have this idea that like when you run positional tracking on a standalone headset, it has this like really big CPU and GPU cost. Maybe you naively just think it just purely runs on the CPU and that every headset takes this cost. That would be very bad if that was the case, if you were constantly just running on the CPU, the tracking algorithms. When people say chipset, these mobile chips are actually kind of like a collection of little chips. You have the GPU and the CPU that we're all used to, as well as, sometimes onboard memory, sometimes off, and all the other little things that we're used to. But they also have these chipsets, these other kinds of chips, ISPs and DSPs, image signal processor and digital signal processor. And these are more specialized chips. They're not like general purpose compute like the CPU or GPU. They're designed to run very specific tasks. Another, some of an NPU, for example, is something that runs like neural network inference very well. The ISP is all about taking in camera streams and processing that and, helping accelerate computational photography tasks. It's not that they're fully fixed function. Like they're not literally running the software and hardware. They're not like FPGAs. They are kind of a middle ground where they accelerate certain common low-level tasks that are used in these. So the DSP of these Qualcomm chips is what all of these companies use to accelerate their tracking. So earlier, remember I said Qualcomm provides the tracking. Companies like Meta and Pico roll their own tracking software, but they still leveraged Qualcomm's DSP, the physical chip, and use that hardware acceleration. So one of the things that Lynx has done with OrbSlam 3 in this release is optimized it to run really, to use that Hexagon DSP acceleration. And so then you get almost free from a CPU, GPU performance cost, 6-DoF positional tracking. This has been the case, by the way, since the original Oculus Quest. You just cannot viably have a standalone headset that doesn't use hardware acceleration on the DSP to do positional tracking. And it's not just the positional, right? They use this for hand tracking for a lot of computer vision tasks. So you do get this idea from people that like all of these computer vision things are bogging down the CPU and GPU. No, it's running on fixed function chips that are greatly reducing the performance cost. So that's one of the things Lynx does here. So the result here from Lynx is a open source library you can literally just compile to a .so and use on Android. And then they say on the XR2 Gen 1 that you see in Lynx and in Quest 2 and things like that, it will run at 90 FPS and just takes in images and 640 by 400 camera inputs and outputs a 6-DoF position. It is an end-to-end ready-to-go thing. So if you're a company that has an explicit deal with Qualcomm to license their tracking, it isn't free, by the way, Qualcomm, that you license their closed-source tracking, you don't need this. You already get this from Qualcomm. But if you are just a small company, a hacker, a maker that's somehow kind of gotten access to either a ready headset or a chipset to make your own headset, this is something that you could use. And, theoretically, you could adapt this to run on the DSP of like a MediaTek chipset. MediaTek is one of Qualcomm's competitors. They're using a couple of Chinese headsets, but nothing high performance. It's all like the bargain bucket stuff. The MediaTek chipsets. But what makes MediaTek notable, if you're a company making headsets is they are much more likely to deal with you, right? One of the biggest issues of being a small company is that sometimes Qualcomm will just say, you're not big enough for us, go away, you know. Obviously, Qualcomm has been in recent years trying to really foster competitors. They don't want Meta to be the market leader. That's why Qualcomm sometimes helps a lot of these little companies like Immersed Advisor. Qualcomm's doing a lot of the work there because from Qualcomm's perspective, if Meta is the only player in the market, Meta has a lot of leverage when it comes to, you know, decision strategy and pricing and things. If there's more competition, Qualcomm will say, you know, you're not the only player here. And so when it comes to both smart glasses, you know, the AR chip series and headsets, the XR chip series, Meta currently is Qualcomm's biggest customer by far. But Qualcomm doesn't want to be in that space. But that's an aside. So this is available under the GPL v3 license on GitHub. That means that you can use it, but if you distribute it, you know, ship it, you have to keep it under open source under the same license. So you can't take this and close sourceify it and, you know, do that thing that some AI startups do where they take like an open source product and release it as some cool innovation or whatever. Yeah. Steve Barr just brought up that license as well. Headset Historian is saying, is this tracking system irrelevant for someone making their own PC VR headset without a Qualcomm chipset then? It depends. So if you're building a PC VR headset, you could absolutely just run this, you know, Orb Slam 3 on the PC itself. Transfer the frames from the camera across USB and do that. The advantage, if you even wanted to put like a little chip in your headset, some headsets that you wouldn't think have chipsets actually do. You know, like Shift All Megan X with the Qualcomm XR1 that they had there for a while. There are other headsets that are PC only that actually have Qualcomm chipsets. If you do the tracking on board, not only do you not strain the PC at all, you don't have to send the imagery over USB. So you lower the USB bandwidth requirements, so you don't have any issues with people's motherboards not taking in the bandwidth and, you know, screwing up tracking. I'm sure a lot of people back in the Rift S era and Windows MR era had issues with that. So you no longer have to send over USB. You don't stress the PC at all. And if you want, in theory, you can do some sort of basic reprojection on the headset itself, you know, and then if you have like a cable disconnect or something, you can reproject the image for a second, or, you know, if the PC freezes up, you can actually lower the latency. But there are advantages to going, you know, you could still take the kind of basic approach of Oculus Link and do it on a PC VR headset without having to compress the image. You don't need to compress the image to do that. But these are kind of, yeah. You would probably just do it on the PC. I think we're ready to move on to the next topic there. Yeah, I think some people are asking, like, our Headset Historian is pointing out that PlayStation VR 2 does what I just said with a MediaTek chipset, Qualcomm's competitor. A lot of people don't realize this. It's relevant because this is how the modders were able to bring PSVR 2 eye tracking and other features to PC. Because PlayStation VR 2 does its head tracking and eye tracking on the headset itself for the advantages I just gave. They don't have to always send across this USB signal. They don't strain the PS5. You can do all of this on board the headset. It is an advantage. So even if you don't like the idea of standalone headsets, if you're purely PC VR, you want to have a little bit of compute there. And if you have a little bit of compute, it's actually not that much weight added to put a slightly bigger processor and do a little bit more and do some onboard reprojection and things like that. So the line between a standalone headset doing PC VR streaming and a hardcore PC VR headset that you may think just takes in a raw DisplayPort signal, and back in the old days, that was it. That line's not as solid as you think. It's a little bit blurrier, and there are PlayStation VR 2 is a good example of how, you know, it is not as, yeah, it's not as, there's not as distinct as you think. PlayStation VR 2 has a chipset on board. Okay. Let's talk about our next topic. Horizon Worlds. Everyone loves this one, I'm sure, but we do have to, you know, note the progress of this given kind of Meta's huge investment into this area. and some of the changes that have kind of arrived. So you may recall on this show on UploadVR.com, we reported on how Meta has been teasing the ability to AI generate entire environments in the Horizon Worlds desktop editor. The Horizon Worlds desktop editor being the flat screen Windows PC application that Meta released earlier this year, replacing the NVR creation tools of Horizon Worlds. They're not dead yet, the NVR tools, but they're being deprecated. They're not getting any updates. They're going to be removed at some point in the future. The big story this year in regard to that has been that Meta has been adding more and more AI generation features over time. So, the ability to AI generate at the start was just TypeScript and audio. Then they added 3D textures and skyboxes and meshes. Recently, we talked about how they added the Creator Assistant, which is like an agent in Horizon Desktop Editor that you can ask about what's possible, ask how to do things, and even the key element, do things for you, right? You can say, go and, we bring up the example here that they have in the image, generate a trampoline that looks like an inflatable box, and when the player jumps on it, make them go upwards. You can give it a task to do in the editor, and it will use multiple tools together to carry that out. It's kind of the agentic AI thing that's the big trend of the tech industry this year. But that's not what we're talking about today. Today, we're talking about the latest AI generation feature, which is environment generation, but in a very limited launch. So it's specifically island generation. So you are able to generate islands that are usable in Horizon Worlds as a kind of starting point for your world if you want to. So this is, again, a very limited release of what Meta had kind of been promising of generating entire 3D worlds. But it is shipped now. You can use this today in the editor. So you as the creator specify the island's width, length, shape, the number of buildings, and building style using traditional UI elements, as you can see on screen now. If you're listening, you can go to UploadVR.com and we have the image in the article. For the shape of the island, you can choose between round, crescent, or ring. For the building style, there's tropical hut, surf shack, coastal cottage, or log cabin. From there, you put in a prompt, text prompt, and the AI will generate that island and populate it with trees, grass, and rocks based on the text prompt you enter. So, this one is a desolate island with nothing on board. This one is like a overgrown autumn/fall one. This is one with like grass and trees and things like that. These prompts that I'm showing on screen are all, I'm pretty sure, using like the same, size and shape and things. It's just showing you how the same prompt can produce different outputs. This is the same manual parameters. You do get more variety than this. I played around with this earlier. You do get more variety when you play around with these settings. And then, especially things like the seed as well. The seed up here will change a lot based on, kind of make it a little bit less deterministic, obviously, if you change the seed. So yeah, this is a very limited release. You can see it's literally called the Island World Builder Generator. The key thing is, though, that this is editable. This isn't one giant mesh. So the building is one mesh. The pier thing is another mesh. Each these rocks are like a collection of meshes. The trees are individual. The grass are collective mesh. So you can take away things. You can modify them with the regular editor tools. It's not just one giant mesh that you're stuck with. It's just a starting point that you can then kind of play around with. So obviously a lot of potential for this feature, but right now, as I keep saying over and over, it's a very limited release of what Meta really promised here. I think you're going to need a lot more generation styles to find this something that can, produce a lot of variety, right? I imagine this is something that they're going to kind of build over time. So that's what's released today, or this week, I should say, in Horizon Worlds Desktop Editor, environment generation. But Meta has also said that what's coming soon is AI NPCs for all creators. So this is something that was teased at Connect 2024 last year. and we're now obviously a few weeks away from Meta Connect 2025. They're already available to select Meta partnered creators, and they exist right now. They're powered by Meta's large language model, Llama 4. You can go in to Bobber Bay Fishing and talk to this guy today. I tried it earlier, but it's only available in the US and Canada. You see a floating in VR message telling you that it's not in your country yet. So if you're in the US and Canada, you can go and talk to this guy today. He has, contextual knowledge of the world he's in. I say it's only available in the US and Canada. Talking to him is only available. He will actually still react about things when you're not. So if you pick up his trophy on the desk, he'll tell you, the backstory, because this is one of the things you specify as a creator, the backstory that, I won that trophy, in a fishing competition 10 years ago. My father was there with me, all of this kind of stuff. So he will kind of dynamically react to the stuff that you have there. You can imagine, like, in something like the Elder Scrolls Skyrim, you walk into a shop and you go and click on an NPC and you use like a shopping interface. You could imagine with LLMs, it's a lot easier to make something more dynamic where, you pick up a sword and they tell you the backstory of that specific sword. And, you ask a question about it, like, what's, how many damage does it do? And, is this a two-handed sword, or is, what's the material? Is this better than Elven or worse than Dwarven? And they can dynamically answer questions like this. So a shopkeeper is a great example of using this. But again, this is one world, second party creators, so the companies that Meta are like partnering with and doing contracts with. But according to Meta, this will release to all creators very soon. So any creator will be able to add AI NPCs to their worlds and Horizon worlds. And so Meta says, that these AI NPCs can all offer context, witty banter, hints on what to explore and what action to take. And you can give them paragraphs of context, and they can obviously have a general world context as well automatically. So they have this character builder tool that is very similar to your avatar editor, except instead of just the visual appearance, you also put in name, backstory, instructions, guardrails, and then you choose between dozens of synthetic voices and adjust the speed and pitch, things like that. So you kind of tweak this NPC to be what you want it to be. And all of that's put into Llama 4 for it to figure this out. And as a creator, the key thing is this is free. So you're not being charged money every time they talk to it. If you wanted to build your own VR game, just put it on the store in Unity or Unreal or whatever and have a conversational AI NPC, you have to, pay a price, right? You have to go and use an API, ChatGPT, Anthropic, whatever you want to do, Gemini, and pay per use. With this, you can create, a AI NPC filled world at zero cost. So that's kind of an interesting thing from a creator perspective. Obviously, the downside there is you don't get the full freedom of a native app, right? Building on Meta's platform, it only runs on mobile web and Quest. So it's still interesting, though. I think if you want to play around with this, I think this would be fun to play around with and see where this is going. See, eventually we're going to have on-device models that can do this. On Apple devices, you can kind of do it today, right? visionOS 26, which should be shipping in September, has an on-device LLM that you can query for free. Obviously has a battery and performance cost, so you have to take that into account. It's running on the device. It's not free. It's just financially free. But it's an interesting kind of trade-off there. So later this year, Meta says it will upgrade these AI NPCs also to be able to trigger in-world actions, making them active participants in the virtual world. That's going to be interesting, I think. At the start, these are just kind of, standing conversational partners. A shopkeeper is a great example of what you might use this for. But over time, they're going to be able to take kind of more agentic action. And you can kind of already, do some manual scripting to combine this with, regular old pathfinding NPC stuff. But over time, that's going to be less and less necessary. And you can kind of tell them on a prompt level what you want them to do, or you can even tell them that, you can, in these circumstances, take action. And so, yeah, I think, as I've said before in this show, AI NPCs are clearly going to be a massive part of the future of gaming. It is the missing kind of piece for a lot of genres of books and movies and TV shows that don't really translate well into video games, or at least are quite shallow. And it is obviously a huge part of the Star Trek holodeck, right? It wasn't just that you were in these virtual environments. Arguably, the most important thing about the Star Trek holodeck was that there were these holographic characters that you could have natural conversations with and would participate in the world. And there's just no feasible way you could do this with traditional programming, right? You can obviously have dialogue branches and things like that, and it's easier if you don't have to have a voice actor. And there are games that have done this quite well, but it's not the same thing as being able to have a natural conversation with NPCs. And you can imagine how over time, not just talking about Horizon Worlds here, I'm talking about in a wider context, this can bring entirely new genres into the world of video games and kind of blur the line between movies and video games. You can imagine LA Noire was great, but it's not the same thing. Choosing a couple of options, press X to doubt, is not the same thing as having a real interrogation of a suspect. A murder mystery is a perfect example of something you could do if you had great AI NPCs. You're literally, talking to people and trying to find holes in their story, and they can react to how things are going, and you can have a new, dynamically generated story, things like that. And that's only scratching the surface, right? There's so much possibility here. As I said before, though, the big issue today is you either pay for it being inferred on a server, or you deal with the performance cost of doing it locally and the fact that it won't be as good. That's the reason we don't have AI NPCs all over the video gaming industry. And yeah, so as a creator, very interesting that you can get this one for essentially free, but within Horizon Worlds only. Yeah, Biggs is saying we'll see this in AAA games soon. Yeah, I think multiplayer, certainly you could see how in these like multiplayer worlds you'll do it, because it's kind of limited to this one instance, and they're kind of doing a live service thing anyway where they're making recurring revenue. Single player though, it's going to need to be local. It's going to need to be local. Meta is willing to pay this cost because they're trying to push Horizon Worlds, right? They're trying to it's all an investment in the future, but that's not the way a company would think about like releasing a single player game that you play once and then never again, or maybe you play constantly like Red Dead or something, like that. I suspect the answer here is that the PlayStation 6 and whatever the hell they call the next Xbox is going to have, going back to our last topic, fixed function hardware around doing this kind of LLM inference. It's going to be, some people are going to think it's just stupid hype. Oh, the PlayStation 6 has got AI, but their actual, there's a lot of hype around AI, and a lot of it's utter bullshit, and it's a lot of AI hype bros saying, oh, bro, this is going to, but some of it's real. The technology is real at the end of the day, and some of it is very, very powerful and barely scratch the surface in terms of what it could be used for in interactive virtual worlds. So yeah, let's see when this actually does ship. Very soon could mean anything for Meta. Maybe it means Meta Connect. Andrew Tech bringing up a really interesting point. Imagine if the AI NPC could read your eye and facial cues in headsets that have face and eye tracking. Fascinating. That's fascinating. Even having them read your body language today, right? Putting that, trying to find some way to tokenize body language and get it to incorporate into the LLM, right? It's like we already have multimodal models that take in images and tokenize them. Some even can take in video and tokenize them. Speech is obviously something that gets tokenized, but it's more akin to language. But you could imagine body language and facial expression being tokenized and used into these systems. It'd be super interesting. You could do it in you could obviously do it in a very crude way of literally just like typing it out. The user is making a thing, but there's probably more efficient and powerful ways to do that. Yeah. Okay. So interested to see what people do with these AI NPCs for sure when this does ship soon. Let's talk about our next topic. We're shifting away from Meta here. We've kind of talked about Meta, we've talked about Lynx, we talked a little bit about Google, but we're now going to talk about PlayStation VR 2, and specifically in the context of No Man's Sky. But we're not off the topic of AI in a sense. But you're going to find that if you hit AI, I'm so sorry to tell you, but it's going to be a massive fundamental core technology in AR and VR for decades, and it already is in many ways. So No Man's Sky is the first confirmed VR game to publicly confirm that it's using the PSSR AI upscaling of the PlayStation 5 Pro. So that is the first game that we know of to use it, and that is the PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution feature that is exclusive to the PS5 Pro. It's not on the base PS5. And so this is the PlayStation equivalent of NVIDIA's DLSS. It's, the equivalent of AMD's FSR. If you don't know what any of these things are, they are neural upscaling techniques that provide much better image quality than traditional upscaling. So you can get a higher output resolution while rendering at a lower resolution. And you can pretty easily understand why in VR that's important, right? VR visual quality is so hard won. We're still, when we talked about tiramisu a few weeks ago, we're still so far below human retinal resolution because of how this has to be magnified over a decent field of view. And so the interesting thing is that people often talk about VR's resolution being display limited, and that can be true for your high-end PC, but on standalone and even on console, and even on most PC, simulators and things like that, you're actually more performance limited. You're GPU limited more than you are display limited when it comes to resolution. Completely depends on the context, of course, but if you're talking about a high fidelity AAA game, if you could choose between taking your exact Quest 3 as it is now and giving it twice the screen resolution or giving it twice the GPU power, you would be foolish to not pick the GPU one, because you're not display limited for the vast majority of things, even on Quest 3. You're actually chip limited. So you would see, even with the current displays, you would see a lot higher visual quality by getting better chips. And so AI upscaling is kind of a way to get, it's kind of a little force multiplier here, a nice little almost free lunch. It's not free. There's a little bit of performance cost, of course, but an almost free lunch that gives you a little force multiplier that's more important in VR than I think it is on, consoles and PCs. PC may be important because you're sitting quite close to the monitor. For consoles, you're sitting so far away from the TV that I think we're well into diminishing returns for a lot of people's TV distance and size when it comes to things like resolution. And of course, you can tell the difference between a PS4 and a PS5, but it's not the generational differences there used to be decades ago, right? So back to VR, though. Hello Games say that they worked closely with Sony for more than a year, to achieve the mind-boggling feat of pairing its existing eye-tracked foveated rendering support with PSSR. And it claims that the combination of these two features, and this is a screenshot here of it in action, enables ultra high definition and incredible detail for PS5 Pro owners playing in VR. I had a chance to try this very briefly. I've been quite busy. I tried it very briefly, and it is a noticeable difference. No Man's Sky is one of those games, because it's so ambitious, it is being kind of render resolution quality limited for quite a while. It really is one of those games where they're doing so much that they cannot push this really super duper high resolution in VR. Foveated rendering on PSVR 2 has helped a lot. So did the PS5 Pro update, of course. But PSSR has pushed this into, every gain in this game is visible and matters, especially because of the giant draw distances and things like that. So you can really see at distance. And it just is that little bit sharper and better looking. And so we expect that this combination, eye-tracked foveated rendering and AI upscaling, will be fundamental to VR for a very, very long time, if not forever. And that's going to be something that will allow for kind of this real double whammy force multiplier effect and help us get, even on standalone headsets, to the ideal, eventual high quality graphics that we want. Everybody wants PC VR quality graphics on a standalone headset. That's the dream of the industry, right? Of course it is. Chipsets will continue to improve, of course. Every Quest headset has a doubling, but I suspect that what you're seeing here is something that will be a big part of an eventual Quest 4. That not only will the GPU have improved, but you'll also see this combination of eye-tracked foveated rendering and neural upscaling. done on the device. Now, again, not a magic bullet, not a silver bullet. You're not going to turn a Quest into a PC or, even a PlayStation 5 Pro into a 5090 with this, but it does matter and give you a noticeable boost that you wouldn't have got otherwise. So yeah, it's interesting that it's interesting that we don't have this at all on Quest 3 today. So there's actually a lot of low-hanging fruit. You have neither eye track full video rendering, nor do you have AI upscaling on Quest today. We're not going to talk about Apple Vision Pro today, but I wonder if this is something we might see in the M4 or M5, whatever it happens to be, successor. This is something, Apple has their own metal upskilling tech now that's their equivalent. Everyone does now, right? And Intel has their own, what's it called, like XESS or something. They all the chip and hardware makers are doing it. It's just a matter of how you ship this. And the Nintendo Switch 2 has a DLSS based solution because it's obviously using an NVIDIA chip. So yeah. Siegfried Gaming said, when do you think standalone will catch up to PC where the difference doesn't really matter anymore? For VR, a very, very, very long time, probably never. Now, graphics, we're going to very shortly switch over to Duo. Ian has just joined me. I can see him over there. So he's arrived. I'll just finish up this topic by saying, Ian, I will join you in Duo. If you can hear me, I'll join you right after I finish this up. So I'm going to finish this off by saying that graphics eventually get to diminishing returns, right? The jump from PS1 to PS2 is bigger than the jump from PS2 to PS3 and vice versa, right? The jump each time gets slightly smaller. There's a great image online. I wish I could bring it up right now, where you see the difference between 10 polygons, 100, 1,000, 10,000. You can see how quickly it gets hard to distinguish. So the question is better answered in when will we get to diminishing returns? Still a very long way off, but I don't think it'll ever go away. But at some point it gets good enough for people, right? A big kind of criticism of the current generation PS5 and Xbox Series X is that for a lot of normies, the difference wasn't really that noticeable. They didn't notice a massive dramatic graphical difference. They noticed the loading time difference for the SSDs, right? That's great. But the graphics really, for your average person, of course, for us, technology enthusiasts, we see all these things. We see all the dynamic ray cast, ray traced shadows and all this nonsense. But a lot of normal people just see the same thing, but a little bit better. So that's really the kind of the question at this point. And Shalalask is pointing out PC does not stand still. So it's not like standalone's going to keep going and PC is going to stay the same. Yeah, we're going to switch into the Duo Studio now and join Ian because he's just arrived to talk about our next topic, which is the Samsung Android XR headset. So bear with us, folks. This may take maybe 30 seconds, a minute, something like that. But bear with us. We are coming right back with Ian.
Women's doubles competition of the US Open. Are we live now?
No.
Live now? Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm late. The viewer count is dropping. Hurry, come back to us, please. Yeah, hit that like button. Welcome us back after we've switched realities here from David and Solo Studio to the Duo Studio for us both. Sorry I'm late today. I had a family in town for the US Open. The Atlantis Hamilton just won her first doubles match in the U.S. Open, so she will be playing again on Saturday in the U.S. Open. You could have watched her on ESPN Plus, and I was there in the stands, and I was recording some spatial video. I have a spatial video that I actually recorded with headset last year, and so I've got my new spatial videos from this year, and I'm thinking about putting those together, putting those up on the site, see if we can get those spatial videos in front of our audience. David was talking to me earlier this morning about how we might be able to do that, and so now I've got spatial videos both shot by iPhone and shot by headset, both last year and this year, so that people, if we're able to put those in front of our audience, they could at least see what it looks like to shoot that kind of thing from the stands.
Yeah, I think we definitely should do that. And, I talked to you earlier. We've got some ideas of how we can show you spatial video in our article. So you would go on your headset into your web browser and go to uploadvr.com, and you'd be able to watch some 3D videos in our article. Stand by for that.
Yeah, where are we in the lineup? Why don't you recap for me where we got to? I heard you talking about a lot of really technical stuff when I popped in here.
So because of your schedule here, we kind of got the tech stuff at the start of the show, and we have some of the more kind of industry news stuff later in the show, as well as that interesting research that you brought up about the invisible mobile robots. So we have got through the first 9 topics of the show, if you have the topic list there, and we have 4 topics left, or 5 topics left, in fact. Yes, 5 topics left. So we're going to talk about Samsung's Android XR headset. Then we're going to talk about Rec Room having its staff. Then we'll talk about Quest V81 PTC revamping, overhauling your VR home. We'll then talk about the invisible mobile robots that deliver things to you in VR and AR. And finally, we will talk about Craig's editorial about VR retail. So are you ready to get in to talk about the Samsung headset?
Yeah, it seems like I joined right at the ramp up of the show. Thank you for everyone tuning in. I didn't get to say thank you to our patrons at the beginning of the show. I assume you took care of that, David.
I did, yes. I had the list. I read them out. Thank you so much to our patrons. We deeply appreciate the support that you give us, as well as, of course, all of our regular members as well. We cannot tell you how much we appreciate it. We are trying so hard as a small team to pull off some coverage that we probably shouldn't be able to do a team of this size, but we're really trying our best. So thanks everyone. We really appreciate it.
Yep. All right. What's the latest here, David? Feels like I keep seeing Meta sort of teasing Google that they need to ship, and then I see Google sort of pushing out the shipping of this. Google and Samsung just taking its sweet time to ship this. And you think that's going to change? And what's the latest here?
Yeah. So this is kind of a trend in these high-end headsets. Apple Vision Pro, as we often say in this show, was years delayed. So was the Samsung headset. Slightly different reasons. Vision Pro's design was locked down quite a few years ago. It was the issue with getting out was more like engineering issues of things like the thermals and the software and the pass-through and the sensor fusion and all these kind of mundane but very difficult technical stuff. With the Samsung headset, from the reports that I've seen, the reason that it is so delayed is because they scrapped it and redesigned it, essentially, at least the hardware side, specifically once they saw Apple Vision Pro. So what they were going to ship before they saw Vision Pro is very different than what they saw after. And you can see that here in the design. It's not, it's hardly what's the word I'm looking for here? It's hardly hidden. If you directly look at the front visor here, there's obviously an inspiration. Samsung, according to these reports, really upped its game and went for something much more sleek and premium and high end. And that's a interesting echo of history. I often talk on this podcast how I'm fascinated by the history of consumer technology adoption and how these companies have kind of interplayed over time. And one thing that happened in the era of the iPhone being announced, and this is not a speculation, a Google engineer has publicly said this in multiple interviews, Google went back to the drawing board instantaneously for Android. So they were building Android. Android was being built, and the first Android phone as well, before the iPhone. But they saw Steve Jobs' famous presentation, the iPod, the phone, and the internet communicator. They saw what it was. They saw this kind of one-button touchscreen device, and they went back and just went, shit, we can't put out what we were going to put out before against this. And so I think the same thing has happened with Samsung. And you do see this kind of big trend from Apple. Even if you aren't an Apple fan, I'm no Apple fanboy. I use a Google Pixel phone. It's undeniable that Apple influences the industry in this way and pushes people to go higher. Look at what earbuds look like before AirPods. Look at what smart watches looked like before the Apple Watch. This is something that has look what every laptop looked like before the MacBook Air, and then look at after. So that's kind of the background here. In terms of this report, this is from a South Korean news outlet, Newsworks, and they say that Samsung is targeting a price somewhere between 2.5 million and 4 million South Korean won, which translates to somewhere between $1,800 and $3,000. So that compares to the 5 million won for Vision Pro. It also echoes the June report from Newspim that pre-orders for the headset will, according to both of these South Korean newspapers, open on September 29th, and that it will ship in South Korea first in October, followed by a wider global launch over time. So if these reports are correct, we're talking about something that is somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000. Pre-orders are opening in a month from now, according to these reports, and it will ship in South Korea first in October.
Yeah, the commentary here would be that we are in unprecedented times. There's nothing quite like this period, I think, to match against. The obvious question to me is, what would be the tariff cost of importing this device from Korea to the United States? And would UploadVR pay for that in order to review this headset if we needed to do so? How, like, they could send it to us for free, I suppose, as a review unit, but it's still, I'm describing the difficulty that I'm sure Samsung must be grappling with.
Yeah, I mean, the question I asked a kind of few weeks ago is, I hope I'm not going to Seoul. I don't have anything against Seoul. It's just a very long journey, and there's a kind of time, opportunity cost, and a financial cost, and all involved in that. It'll be really interesting to see, like, do they still have a global PR launch in the same way? Like, even if this thing is shipping in South Korea first, are we going to see influencers, tech reviewers, and everything using this? Are they going to have an event in New York and London? We don't know any of this. We don't even know the damn thing's name. Like, it's amazing how little we know about this. Samsung hasn't explicitly confirmed a spec sheet. They've said, like, it has very high resolution displays. We know from talking to people who you've looked through it and Henry's looked through it. I can tell you they're micro OLED displays from what everyone's described. They're probably 4K micro OLED displays. But it's like, there's so little we know about this, and it's supposed to launch in like a month, and we don't even know its name. It's rumored to be either Galaxy XR or Galaxy Beyond. Big screen's not going to like it if it's the latter, but I don't think Samsung's going to care.
It would be a smart and evil thing to take that name from such an independent effort that has pushed through on their own. It would be punching down in the most brutal way if they really took that name. Let's see. I wanted to address something in our comments from last week. I need to apologize to Cars. Just in general, I thank them for their warmth. I thank them for their traffic and the time we waste in traffic with them. And I just wanted to send my apology out to Cars. I noticed I heard a lot of Cars in our audience last week, and their feelings. And I know Ford Prefect and others out there really care about their cars. So I just wanted to address that.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting dynamic once we have, first widespread robo-taxis, and then once you can buy a self-driving car for your personal self. So that's going to change the dynamic here, because you can theoretically have your headset on, right? You can be using your headset in your robo-taxi. And, I saw Waymo is about to start testing in New York City where you are. So I wonder if you'll start, when they launch there, using Waymos, and while you have your Apple Vision Pro on in the back.
Oh, yes. So I took an 8-mile e-bike ride this morning out to the US Open, and it was beautiful, and it was also terrifying to get that close to cars on the road. I love those lanes where they've got a protected bike lane. And I've got video of someone riding one of those stabilized wheels, I think is what they're called. And they're just soaring along over the bridge there. And yes, the moment I have a fourth way to travel, right? Like, I've got trains, bikes, walking, and you add a Waymo car to that, I will be using my VR headset in the back of it all the time. And the thing is that those rides need to be a little bit longer because the Waymo rides tend to be like 20-minute type rides. The sweet spot for doing work in VR, I'm convinced, is like between 1 and 3 hours, and that the lineup isn't there.
The one Waymo I took when I was over for WWDC was about 45 minutes, but I kind of intentionally did the longest one, and I was on a phone call at the time. So that was really interesting to be in a self-driving car for 45 minutes, and you could imagine I could have easily done work. I had to take a personal call at the time, so I didn't, but I could have easily. Coming back to the Samsung headset, Henry, UploadVR's Henry Stockdale tried it today, and it's not secret, it's public knowledge. A lot of people tried it at this point. And their impressions were that it was lighter than they expected. So, fundamentally, this is going to be an Apple Vision Pro for people in the Google Android ecosystem, or the Samsung Android ecosystem, whatever, not in the Apple ecosystem, right? That's fundamentally what this product is. It's not fundamentally different, but I think it is interesting that it's lighter. Part of that is, probably just down to good engineering and design. Part of it is because it has this rigid strap with a hard back, which is a really interesting design choice. We really need to talk about this because it will make it feel lighter. It also has this kind of halo pad thing. It is technically a kind of halo strap headset, but it also has a massive disadvantage, which is that you can't lean back on a seat or a sofa or a bed or something. So I am fascinated by the fact that Samsung went with this. I would love to know where this came down to in terms of their design choices, and is it replaceable? Probably not. It looks like the speakers are here. I seriously doubt that this is going to have like maybe you could detach it back there and and do that. We know that the battery isn't in the back as far as we know. It's an external battery, just like Apple Vision Pro. It's using eye tracking and pass-through cameras. It is hardware-wise very similar. The one kind of difference that I see pointed out in our comments by Mastoris Mars is that this is, as last we heard, and according to Qualcomm, going to have the XR2 Plus Gen 2, which is the same chip in the Play for Dream headset and in the Vivo Vision. And the thing is, again, this is years delayed. The XR2 Plus Gen 2 was announced in January 2024, and it is just a higher clocked version of the XR2 Gen 2 that is in the Quest 3 that shipped in 2023. It also has a few other extra features, right? It has like higher resolution physical display output. I'm not talking about the rendering, I'm talking about the actual displays it can do, because it can support these 4K micro OLED displays. It also can bring in more sensors, it literally has more lanes in, little things like this. But fundamentally, it's the same CPU and GPU, but with a higher clock than Quest 3, which shipped now, 2 years ago. So the interesting possibility here is is Samsung going to do a Quest Pro? Are they going to release a headset that is just slightly more powerful than Quest 2? Let's see if I can actually bring up the image here that compares the GPU speed here. And then are we going to see in 2026 a bunch of, thin and light headsets with like an XR2 Gen 3? This is, showing you on a GPU side what we're talking about here. So that's the 835 is the one that was in the original Oculus Quest 1. The XR2 Gen 1 is the one that was in Quest 2. And you can see why we always rant about how Quest 3 is such a massive leap for GPU, because look at this. But then you go to the Samsung headset and you're talking, this little kind of bump here. So like this, again, it's Quest Pro all over again. It's a slightly better version of the chip that we had in Quest 3 2 years ago. And just to show, here's the CPU, where it's a less dramatic increase from Gen 1 to Gen 2. It was very, very much so focused on the CPU, and you can kind of see it is more significant here. It's still not like, it's not your $500 Quest 3 and your $2,000 Samsung headset. That's just a guess. I don't know the exact price. We're not talking about generational performance differences, or even like what you would get between a $500 laptop and a $2,000. The coming back to the story here, the price. It's the same story as Apple Vision Pro. The money is in the displays. The cost is the 4K micro OLED displays. The massive difference between the fundamental experience that you will have in a Samsung headset versus a Quest 3, as well as the eye tracking, is that what you'll be seeing is through 4K micro OLED displays instead of 2K LCDs. That is the cost. It's actually on a performance level, not that different at all.
I'm sorry, the commenters are going on about cars in the audience, so I have to address them. Andrew just got a Model Y out there and talking about the amazing features in the Model Y, and that is it's so amazing to think about. I don't know, parking your car somewhere and letting it charge up for 2 hours, and then while you're letting it charge, you just hang out in VR for a couple hours. Like, yeah, that does sound like a pretty cool setup. Back on performance, David, the thing that I want to contextualize this performance thing that you're talking about in the wider avenue of things. We've got the Quest Pro that came out, and within it almost hitting the market within months, I want to say Andrew Bosworth, the CTO, was out there publicly saying you actually need more cameras than we shipped in the headset that just shipped in order to do eye tracking and face tracking well. And you instantaneously greeted this thing as an underpowered beast of a machine that was just ill-marketed, like it was just a poor fit for the market they're trying to hit with the performance they're trying to hit. And then Apple comes out with this device, it's almost 18 months ago now, like last year, earlier in the year, and they figure out a way to try to bring all of their M silicon power to a headset platform. And we, as users or reporters, don't have a way to explain to our audience, oh, this is actually the difference in performance between an M2 and a Qualcomm XR2 Plus Gen 2. And not only do we have no way to compare their performance, the entire stack of how you provide content to the user is different on the Apple headset compared to what Android and what Meta are dealing with. And it makes it really hard for us to say what is going on in the market. Like, you've got Meta making all its clear moves to push everything they can into Horizon. It looks like they're funding games that are solely for flat screen on Horizon in to be played with on a phone instead of VR. And you have all these devs struggling to get wish lists amongst the push towards Horizon worlds. And we know that it's likely Meta probably isn't done, right? We know that Meta is probably just going to invest in something new at a very large scale, and we just haven't seen the fruits of those investments yet. They're not ready to talk about the headset they're going to ship a year from now or a year and a half from now. They're not ready to talk about the games that are going to ship for that device. And all of this is to say, I think the reason that they're not ready is because of how flipped the architecture is on developers, right? They have no idea how they're going to say, hey, devs, this is your compute overhead 2 years from now to build for a headset like ours. Go ahead and build a game. Like, am I wrong on any of this, David?
Yeah, I think Apple has really upped the game, right? Like, the crazy thing to point out here, and I see our commenters pointing out, so we have to bring it up, the XR2 Plus Gen 2, God, I hate the people at Qualcomm who come up with these names. I hate having to say this all the time, but that's beside the point. The XR2 Plus Gen 2 is less powerful than the M2 that's an Apple Vision Pro today. But of course, as we've been talking about on this show, a bunch of different sources suggest that Apple is sometime this year, so that's a couple of months away, going to launch either an M4 or M5 version. And that's going to blow this. Like, we're going to try, you say it's difficult to compare. There are benchmarks. It's difficult because the architecture is different, right? These are very strictly mobile architecture. Apple over time the M1 was kind of like a souped up mobile chip, but over time with each M version, they do bring in a lot of these ideas and concepts from PC architecture and leverage them. Apple is way ahead of anyone else when it comes to these custom chips. Again, I am not a Apple fanboy. I'm a Pixel owner, but this is the undeniable fact. They are so far ahead. Qualcomm has made some strides recently in the mobile area with their with their Elite chips that they're using, those kind of Orion cores that caught up in CPU. Right now today, the M2 GPU is not actually like crazily dramatically more powerful than the XR2 Gen 2. It's more powerful, of course, but it's not dramatically. But it on CPU, it kicks the shit out of it. Like if there, I'm just going to make a random guess here, but you're talking like way off here or beyond for where the M2 CPU is. And again, they're about to release, according to all these rumors, an M4 and M5. So this is where I'm wondering, like, if you are in the market for a $2,000 to $3,000 headset, and it's not, and you don't just want to use it on PC, right? You care about it as a standalone thing. You want the highest fidelity. You're spending thousands of dollars. It's difficult to understand how these companies are thinking that this is really going to go up against Apple. Now, it's possible that Samsung has a last minute surprise in store, and that, you know, it's being delayed for so long that they're going to turn around and put in some brand new XR2 Gen 3, and that they just wanted to keep it secret so that they could make a grand announcement. It's possible. I haven't seen any leaks to suggest it, but it is theoretically possible. We should point that out. But I don't know. I think this is being delayed for so long that they are going to run into this issue where they're going to, it's the same thing I talked about with the Vivo headset. Apple is going to be releasing something that is like crazily powerful for a standalone headset, that is closer to like a PlayStation 5 than it is to a Quest. And Samsung's coming along with the, you know, the same thing as Quest Pro. Now, it's not as bad. This Quest Pro was not just underpowered. It also had, it was under-censored, and it was
under-censored. What a beautiful phrase.
Well, that's not a real word, but you know what I'm saying.
It's a new one. You just invented it. It's a new word as of now. It was just invented on the VR download.
But it was also
attributable to David Heaney.
You know, it's going to be, this is not going to be a bad headset, right? It's going to have 4K micro OLED displays. It's going to have eye tracking. It's going to, you know, have, well, it might be a bad headset, but it probably won't be, is what I'm saying. We don't know until we review it. But, you know, it's not going to be Quest Pro, but it is going to, perhaps in a year, seem like a bad investment if you're going to be spending $2,000 to $3,000 on it.
Yeah, so I went face to face with the Samsung and Google people. Again, it's a while back now, and sort of asked them all these questions, sort of just digging into the waters of like, can you tell me about the controllers? Are you going to have photorealistic avatars? Are you going to solve typing by touch? And all these things seemed like Google seemed like, oh yeah, we've got that all on our timeline, right? Like, but that's not the same thing as building a product specifically for the purpose of executing all of these things together all at once, which is what Apple did right out of the gate with personas and volumes and all these things. And as David has pointed out, they're about to hit this big spec bump. And it really sets up the story that a repeat of what we just saw happen to the Quest Pro, right? As Apple comes out with this far more powerful device that does a lot more things, this other device is going to seem so much underpowered. I went up in our comments to Davin's comment. To be fair to Google, this is their first time entering into a medium for the fourth time. We can't guarantee how it will turn out. I appreciated that comment.
Okay, there are two comments I want to respond to before we move on from this topic. First one is from Mistoris Mars saying they're posting their Geekbench 6 scores from Quest 3 and Apple Vision Pro. So as we've pointed out before, we've covered Geekbench scores because they leak headsets sometimes and leak some interesting things. You cannot really compare Geekbench on a standalone VR headset for a couple of reasons. Firstly, when you're just running a 2D app, they significantly, well, two reasons. So by default, these standalone headsets cap the CPU and GPU quite heavily. And as an immersive app, you have to actually request a lot of the time higher CPU and GPU to see the max performance. The other one is that if you're just running a 2D app, you're kind of comparing the performance of something that is already rendering, you know, the environment or pass-through, etc., to if you're comparing it to a phone, something that's literally just rendering that one app. You know, if you're just watching a 2D display in a headset, you're doing a lot more than just that 2D display. So you would need a version of Geekbench that requests the highest CPU and GPU level from the system API and turns off everything else. It would need to be an immersive app that literally does nothing else. You would maybe even need to do something like, you know, turn off any kind of pass-through and stuff like that, and any kind of boundary stuff. If you wanted, like, just say, how powerful is this GPU? If you just want to answer the question, like, how much is available to developers, then you still just need to do a fully immersive app that is in a fully blank background. And so you just can't compare Geekbench like this. I would love to make it that easy. I really would, but you're not gonna. It's not. It doesn't work like that. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as that. It would be great to see a VR standalone VR benchmark that is designed for this and is widespread and well trusted and works well across architectures. Compares well across Apple's Metal and the Vulkan on Quest 3. I would love that. I really would. If there's someone, if it was to happen, I promise you we would have an article out tomorrow saying, Quest 3 versus Vision Pro. Here's the exact benchmark. It's not as easy as that.
It's so impossible. And again, the model. I lose my audience trying to explain this week after week. But you go into Apple Vision Pro, and there's an app on your iPad, floating iPad screen. Get mad that it looks like an iPad, app screen, whatever. And there's an app right there, and that's my VR app. And I open it, and my PC opens up around me. And honestly, like there are certain times I would like there to be no delay between me getting into that app. I would actually prefer sometimes to put on the headset and already be in that app. But in many situations, I actually prefer to have this little rest stop where I have all of my content floating around me. I've got Blue Sky, Slack, YouTube, everything. It's my waiting room that I have defined, all of my windows around me. And then I go click on this and I go to VR and I open it up. And depending on whether the world is already running on that box in the corner or not, you're talking about a difference of 10 or 30 seconds to actually get into my virtual world. And all of this is to say, like, to my audience, to you, David, like, we know that the developers out there know that every single second, every single click, every single step that a person has to take extra to get to their virtual world is a smaller audience available to them. And we all know that Horizon is a little bit closer to their doorstep than the store is now. Meta has put it there. Meta has put Horizon closer to their doorstep than the Quest store. And all of our devs have to figure out how do they get people into their worlds with, do they lower the price? Do they put it on Horizon Worlds because that gets them closer to their front door? And this is all to say, David, right? We're weeks away from the same model being repeated on Google, on Android XR. Someone will have an app on their home screen that they will click on, and they will be in PC VR just like I am in my Apple Vision Pro. And we're all going to look at it and go, where did Meta go wrong, right?
That's a lot of thoughts there. I think we'll come back to some of those when we talk about the new Quest Home and things like that. I think on loading time, you're absolutely right that it matters. And we talk about how performance will, do these computer vision features, the extra performance in these future headsets will allow for graphical fidelity. But loading time is massive in VR, and it's something that, storage speed affects, but also CPU speed affects. And I think if you look at traditional consoles, as I was talking about earlier, like the difference to a normie for PS4 to PS5 graphically is not that big. Like, you can disagree with me. I notice it. I care. But your average person sees the same thing a little bit better. What they do notice, though, and I've spoken to people about this, they notice the loading speed. They notice going from that hard drive to that SSD, going from, waiting minutes sometimes for these big open world games to load to seconds. And that's something that we expect to see in VR. Some of that's software as well. Apple's hardware control helps there. Anyway, a couple of comments going to go over and then we'll move on. Craig Melville is saying that the M2 GPU in Vision Pro is better than an NVIDIA 3070. That's not correct. I think a lot of people, when they look at they look up the GPU in the M2, they look at the M2 Ultra or Pro, right? So there's the M2, the M2 Max, the M2 Ultra, the M2 Pro. I put them in the wrong order. The point is, what's in Apple Vision Pro is the base M2. So these Pro versions add more and more GPU cores. The M2, it's amazing. It's the most powerful standalone headset you can get, but it's not a 3070. Let's just be real about that. Maybe the M5 version will be. Maybe it will be. That'd be great. The other comment I want to bring up, two comments actually. Onakazi said, I thought Meta's partnership with Qualcomm gave them first dibs on new chips. Unsure if that's something that was stated, but I thought it up. You're absolutely correct. It does. And so Quest 2, correct me if I'm wrong here, it was the first one with XR2 Gen 1. Quest 3 was definitely the first one with XR2 Gen 2. Ray-Ban Meta is the first one I'm aware of that had AR1 Gen 1. And Meta was offered XR2 Plus Gen 2. And originally they did plan, we've all forgotten about this. Originally, Meta did plan to launch a Quest Pro 2 in 2024. So the same year where they launched Quest 3S. Their old plan was to launch not lower end, but higher end, the Quest. And they were going to use this chip and they were going to get first dibs, but they said they decided not to. So one of the actual kind of ways that this came about is that Qualcomm said, right, well, we built this chip anyway. Who wants it? And, Samsung was one of those companies. It's a lot more complicated than that. Of course, I'm simplifying this to get into a few sentences, but that's kind of a dynamic. And the last thing I want to bring up when it comes to the Samsung headset is James O'Loughlin's comment, which is that they read our article, obviously, and they saw that this report also brings up that because of the price and the micro OLED display limits, Samsung only expects to sell around like 100,000 units in the kind of launch period. And so James O'Loughlin points out devs are not going to build for this. It's going to be the same issue of Vision Pro where it's going to be tough to get devs. The dynamic that makes it different here, though, is that this is an OpenXR compliant headset. Developers have told us before that it's, other than like the store and multiplayer stuff that you might be using some Meta-specific APIs for, the core XR app, it's actually very, I don't want to say easy. I'm never going to call anything in development easy, but it is not at all the same thing as porting from Quest to Vision Pro. There are developers I've spoken to who have got their app running on Android XR in a matter of like 1 hour. That's the dynamic here. It's about the cost and the market compared, right? It's when you talk about is a market big enough for developers to bother, you have to balance these two things. So I think like if it's a small market, sure, some developers are just going to not bother. But at the end of the day, these are going to be people with more disposable income, right? These aren't kids with a Quest 3S. These are people that are spending $2,000 whatever dollars on a headset. They have more income, and it's relatively, please don't kill me, developers, relatively trivial to do the porting on the core engine side.
I saw someone laughing that I'm on Blue Sky, and yeah, that's very funny. The thing is, there are a not insubstantial number of people in the VR AR development community who have splintered off to various social networks. They've disappeared. They quit Twitter back in the day, and they're just not coming back. Some of them have gone to Blue Sky. Some of them have gone to Mastodon and other places, and some of them have just killed the social media entirely. They've gone off of it entirely. A lot of bots have replaced a lot of those souls in the social networks that you're familiar with. Now, you may enjoy it, you may get used to it, but as time goes on, it's becoming increasingly apparent that the people who went to Blue Sky are not talking to the people who stuck around on Twitter. The people who are stuck around on Twitter are making a joke of the people who went to Blue Sky, and they're literally not communicating anymore. And I just don't buy into that. We need to be communicating across these barriers as often as possible about the things that are affecting us all. AI is affecting us all. And if you have opinions on it, leave space for your opinions to change as you get more information. But yes, I do agree, Derek. All the platforms are trash. However, you kind of choose what kind of trash you want to swim around in, and you can tune the feed to your preferences depending on what platform you're using in different ways. We will have different platforms in VR. We talked about was it BitChat previously? You can pull up, I think, BitChat, I think that's its name, I forget its name, on an Apple Vision Pro today, and that's a Bluetooth connected texting network. It's going to be a weird day when a whole crowd of protesters are using that one with a Bluetooth connection to talk with each other. I still haven't seen anyone wear a VR headset at a protest. And I don't know why that is, because it seems like a great way to pass the time while you're standing there in a crowd of people trying to make something happen. But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I'm going to get into the X versus Blue Sky thing. I'm not even going to touch that one. Your comments.
I try to leave it for our commenters to battle it out. So, I'm not going to fight you on it, but yeah.
Yeah, I think we disagree on that, but that's okay. So a question we're seeing from a lot of our audience here, and it's a big question we see all the time when it comes to the Samsung headset is, will it ship with controllers? And so when Ian tried this headset back in December, Samsung did confirm that they're working on controllers. They did not say anything about, like, will this be in the box? Will it be sold separately? We don't know. I can say that the demo Ian tried, correct me if I'm wrong, was using hand tracking. The demo that Henry has tried this week was using hand tracking. I don't think there's no leak I've seen that actually visually shows the controllers. I believe that the controllers, from what I understand, do exist. But that, like, it'll be a very different situation for gaming, whether they're in the box or not. At some point, you got to wonder, at a $2,000 to $3,000 cost, is it really going to kill them to put $30 bomb cost controllers in the box? Does it make them feel less sleek and Apple-like? I will be fascinated to see what decision they make.
I know I don't think it's on your lineup for the subject today, but the whole thing where people are getting PC games to run in standalone is, we're looking.
We plan to cover that. Yeah.
So we're looking at it right now. We'll have it on our site soon, but I have to just pause on that fact and point out we're not even talking about APKs there, right? We're talking about Windows apps that are getting repackaged for standalone in that situation.
Yeah, so we really want to wait till we get into this, but it's essentially like emulating Windows. It's called Winulator, right? So you're essentially emulating. Maybe we're talking about different things here, but I think, are you talking about Winulator where you run Windows on your Quest and then the performance is not great? You're not going to be running like PCVR anytime soon. You can as a novelty, a technical novelty, but it's not like you can't run PCVR on a mobile chipset anyway, and you have the overhead of an emulator. So it's a really interesting product. A lot of people using it for flat screen games, to be clear, but maybe that's what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, no, it's just you take something like Space Pirate Trainer, right? This game that isn't super graphically intense. I guess they did some fun things with that. But
yeah, so like when Space Pirate Trainer obviously started on PC. When they released the Quest build, like the same thing you do with every mobile, PC to Quest build. You have lower quality assets. You use less dynamic lighting. You have less, all of the graphical fidelity has to be brought down. So like it seems like even look at Beat Saber, but it feels like the same game sort of on Quest and PC. But if you look at it, it's complete. Like the graphics are very different. So if you try to run that same PC game on a mobile chipset, it just falls apart.
Oh yes, but what you're talking about is the platform taking away the menu inside the app that lets you adjust those things for yourself.
Sure, but some of them are so low fidelity that it's beyond just graphical settings, right? You're literally talking about like the entire. You could theoretically like just put an ultra low mode into the PC version, but even then, the way it's designed to be used, the fact that you're going through an emulator rather than going directly to Vulkan and the GPU, it's not. It's a really interesting technical novelty, and we are absolutely, covering it. I think you see some, Davin in our comments is obviously involved and is saying that they have, they're talking about non-VR games. They're talking about running Far Cry 1 from 2 decades ago on, 2D low resolution screen. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about like, here people are saying prices, it doesn't run great. I have to just remind you that we're talking orders of magnitude performance difference between a Quest 3 and a PC.
Oh, sure. But what kills me is we've got plenty of people in this audience that are very familiar with the concept of parallel processing. And they're, these are the most active people in the world at running something on their local Steam network and then like casting that to another screen within the same network.
Yeah, that's
and like we're talking about a match made in heaven when you do that sort of functionality right.
Sure, that's amazing. Like that's Steam Link, that's virtual desktop, right? That's what we do. You run on the PC. This is talking about getting rid of the PC and just running Windows on the, emulated on the headset. Super fascinating. Again, we're looking into this. It'll be probably our topic next week.
We will. But sorry, APKs. Explain to me what an APK is that strips out all of the Oculus runtime. Any Oculus APIs that are inside an APK, if you strip those out and go run them on a Muhan right now, would it run?
Yeah, so Meta has already moved to OpenXR, so they don't use an old Oculus API. The APIs you use in an APK, an Android app for OpenXR, run on different headsets. Like, here's a great example of this. You can take the APK from Steam Link off your Quest and run it on Pico as is. It literally just runs. Like, there's obviously issues because it's expecting a touch controller there, but it runs, right? Like, you could tweak those, and we see, and something we'll be covering
The
soon.
Steam Link APK is available directly to download from Steam, and it's one of the only APKs.
Not the VR Steam Link APK. I'm talking about the literal VR one that you use to play PC VR games. You can literally extract it from your Quest, right? It goes from the Horizon store down to your Quest, right? You can extract that. That's not technically difficult. Then you just slide it on Pico and it runs. That's the point I'm making. Is we're not in an era where they're using proprietary APIs. We're in an OpenXR era. The only APIs that you're using that are specific are if you're using, like something like, I don't know, meta avatars, or if you're using like their leaderboard or something like that. These are things you can swap out and like I've said, I've talked to developers who've done it in 1 hour.
So it's just there's some developers who have never used a Mac in their entire life, right? And they do not know what the experience is like to install an app on a Mac. You open up the disk image, and there is a singular file that you drag over to your hard drive, and boom, the app is on your system. That install process is almost alien to a lot of Windows users. And I want to compare it. At some point, I was using emulators going back to the 90s. And I remember there was always a whole bunch of different extensions on the back end of your ROMs. But now all the extensions are pretty standardized to make it clear which emulators will open the game ROM you've ripped. This is all such a long-winded way of saying, are we not approaching a place where a .exe file or a .apk file is almost universal, where you can start running it wherever you want? You don't need an external authority to get this APK up and running.
Well, you're right. An APK will run on any Android device. It doesn't need any external authority. If you use APIs that are only available on one device or the other, like, for example, if you use Google Play Services to make an app on Android XR, you can't use that on Quest without replacing Google Play Services with the Meta equivalent. Like, these are just like back-end things. But like running an EXE from Windows on a completely different OS, Android, like, this is the approach. Again, this is a topic we'll talk about next week, but you emulate the entire OS. You can't get Android to run an EXE. You have to emulate the entire Windows. And I think, like, if you have some expectation that this is going to get you running like the PC VR versions of games at a serious resolution and frame rate on a Quest 3, that's not what's going to happen.
No, we're talking about games from the early 2000s that are suddenly accessible in stereoscopic 3D on a flat screen, which would be amazing on a lot of uses, or fully VR if you've got a system capable of it.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. This is the main use case for this. Yes, they do have PC VR working, but of course you can do this. This is something that people have been doing for a long time, right? Emulating other OSs. I think someone's done it on iPhone already. I think you can run Windows on an iPhone now. With, like, these are quite. The problem is that it's rarely performance free. One of the things that Valve has done really impressively on. Valve is a pioneer here. Their Proton system of being able to run Windows apps on Linux is amazing. It's still not performance free. If you were to literally release a native Linux version, it's going to have higher performance. That doesn't hugely matter in flat screen. And again, Valve has done amazing work there. But again, you're still talking about the same fundamental processor architecture, right? Steam Deck is x86. It's not just the OS that matters. It's also the architecture, right? These mobile chips are ARM. The PC is x86. You can translate the instructions. Sure, Apple does it. You can run their old apps, but there's a translation step there, and that does have a performance cost. And we're coming back to like mobile VR and talking about how every little bit of resolution of performance is hard won. Like, it's tough to see. I think for most people, the way you're going to play your PC games is you're going to plug in your Steam Deck to your Quest or stream from Steam Link. That's the main way.
It's just hysterical to imagine like a family out there with, a dad out there messing with extraction files on their PC and trying to get everything packaged up just right into a file, and then putting it out on an SD card or whatever, putting it through USB onto a headset to try to get one of these worlds from the early 2000s up and running. We'll get into this next week. We have to get to these last few subjects here, and I'm just going to leave this subject on just. I feel like the shipping schedules of some of these devices are going to be determined by how well Proton and all of this packaging works. What category of games can we get running? How many games on Steam or on PC can we get running in 3D on a flat screen at 1080p on one of those chips that we just talked about last year? And if you don't reach your threshold, maybe you wait a little bit longer until all the software gets better that you can run a bigger section of those games. Anyways, let's move on.
I am fascinated to see what Valve does here, is all I will say. We'll have to see there. So let's talk about that Rec Room news. You picked up on this. I think I was off on the time on my weekend hike. This is some really awful news for anyone working at Rec Room and for the Rec Room community in general. So they're cutting half of their workforce, laying off half of them after pushing a giant vision we couldn't realistically deliver. And what really strikes me about the details of this statement, the full statement is available on UploadVR.com. We're not going to read the whole thing out. It's too long. But what really strikes me is that they talk about how they over-prioritized letting anyone, even a kid with a smartphone, build content. And what that led to is not only a technical nightmare of having to, build developer tools that are amazing and work in-world on even a kid's phone, but also a curation nightmare and a kind of discovery nightmare where you had these people on PC using Rec Room Studio, which is like their Unity integration, where you can use Unity to build stuff. We've talked about Rec Room Studio before. Building this really amazing stuff with sweat and tears and time, and it was getting drowned out by this slop the children were making. And there's a really interesting analogy here, obviously, to Meta's Horizon Worlds. We're going to keep it to Rec Room here, but there is an interesting analogy because Meta, obviously, this year, as I talked about earlier in the show, got rid of their in-VR, well, not rid of, deprecated, it will be getting rid of their in-VR creation tools for almost the same reason. It's almost not as important to make sure that absolutely everyone, even with just a mobile phone or headset, can make stuff. It's more important to let hardworking creators with professional tools easily deploy stuff. And that what people really return to is these really high quality worlds that are built in Unity. And you kind of see that same trend in Horizon Worlds, right? They get rid of these in-VR tools that produce this, it was just graphically simple, no matter how good the creator was. And then they give you this Horizon desktop editor, which is getting more and more features over time. Rec Room has kind of, in their statement, they haven't made any product announcements, right, in the statement, but you can get the vibe here that they're going to be focusing very much so on this PC Unity integration for creators, not on the anyone can make anything.
Yep. Very great commentary there from David. I'm not sure I need to add a whole lot to it. I saw someone in our comments saying that they found Horizon Worlds to be a compelling or an interesting platform for them to develop on. That's why they're interested in Horizon Worlds right now. I think I want to add to that thought and just throw into our audience that a lot of devs, even going back, you could go back to 2012. You could maybe even go back to the 90s with this idea that devs who put their time and money into VR did it out of a place of passion more than anything else, and they didn't necessarily have a strategy for making back their money. Like in many cases, they're just hoping that their thing is going to succeed, and that's. Oh gosh, there's so much heartbreak there. There's so much heartbreak we haven't been able to capture on UploadVR.com of just people throwing their love out into a market that is just uncaring, right? And where I'm going with that is like there are markers in the sand going back to 2014 when Mark Zuckerberg showed up and said, "I'm going to spend several $billions on Oculus VR because I believe it's the future of how we will connect. And a whole bunch of people saw that bet and said, okay, this is my time. I'm going to actually bet myself. I'm going to put myself on the line, my work, my dreams. And Rec Room is almost an example of that as a startup, right? They saw all this push coming out of there. And I think these were former Microsoft people that came and started Rec Room and have had a very long path here of trying out this idea that just happened to be the exact same idea that Meta would coalesce around, right? Like it's like the people who founded Rec Room knew where Meta would need to be eventually and just got their building first a couple years ahead of time. This is all my way of saying, right? When someone plants a big flag in the market, a whole lot of other people go and start swimming towards that flag or, start moving towards where someone else has planted a flag. And the problem with that is you've got a long history of things, NFTs, AI, crypto, all these bad false starts. And VR is in there amongst all of these things. And you have this trend of, gosh, someone put their life on the line back in 2016 with touch controllers. Then they got their second project out the door in 2019 on Quest headsets, right? And it did okay. And then they got ready to do their third project in 2023 or 2022, right as Meta started changing where it was putting its investments 2 to 3 years out in the future. They're like, oh, it's actually the Horizon Worlds place where we need to be putting all of our efforts. A bunch of people out there saw that, smelled it in the air, and said, okay, we're going to go throw a lot of resources behind developing for Horizon Worlds. But I don't hear the big money-making success stories coming out of Horizon Worlds. I see people taking checks from Meta directly, but not creating returning users and not anywhere near on the scale of some of these places like VR Chat or, I don't know, Walkabout Mini Golf.
Yeah. So I think what you said about passion really matters, and we don't really talk about enough. We always talk about this as a market and, return and user base. But if someone a few years ago asked me, why are all the VR apps on the Quest store not as impressive as the demos I tried on my DK2 in 2014? And the answer is because they weren't made to make money. They were made to be passion projects. But so that's a very interesting point. Coming back to Rec Room, the one thing I do want to kind of just make sure that we make very clear is that this isn't a VR game for the vast majority of its users. Rec Room hasn't been VR only for half a decade now. And the majority of its users are on consoles. It's on Xbox. I can't remember if it's on Switch or not. But it's on Android, it's on iPad and iPhone, and it's on flat screen PC. It's on a bunch of these different platforms. And the vast majority of people who are using it are kind of, traditional flat screen gamers. So I we have to just kind of acknowledge that this is something that is happening to a company that supports VR, but we can't just describe this in the terms of the VR market. The vast majority of those users aren't in VR. I think a lot of this does come down to the content type. It's interesting that they say, they are going to focus more on those Rec Room originals that I see people doing. I think
the Wall Rider game and Paintball, right? Like those are tentpole VR productions.
Yeah, well, VR, but also the vast majority of people to play them are, I think something was lost in both Horizon Worlds and Rec Room supporting flat screen. I think there's something lost in how every UI decision, VR is not the number one consideration for obvious financial reasons. And every UX decision, and I think some of that might have, Rec Room's still a great place to visit in VR, but if you went to a parallel universe where it was still only in VR, I think it would be a lot better place to visit in VR. And, you can't tell a company to ignore the giant market, and you're going to go for that if you're in their position. Of course you would. But I think, I strongly believe, and I said this many times on this show, that the winning VR social network or social VR platform will be VR only. And that is such a crazy thing to say, perhaps in 2025, and some people are going to think that's insane. You need to be on every platform. We need to have everybody. You've got to join your friend, even if they're on a 5-inch phone. No, if you build fundamentally from the ground up with the fact that you have someone there with 10 fingers, a hand, a full body in many cases, eye tracking and face tracking, and that are directly manipulating the world with their real hands, I think you can build something that is beyond what any of these platforms that are trying to be the best of all trades can possibly ever achieve.
I saw in our audience that it's really hard for some people to tune in for 3 hours plus. If you're a big fan of the show, send us a clip of one of your favorite segments from our recent shows. And honestly, it's just we don't have the manpower, the time to go and clip these things out, and we're an echo chamber ourselves sometimes of just what did we say that really rung true with our audience. Like, you can actually help us cut some of those things out for our audience. I loved David's commentary there on the choices, and we are going to have to watch whether Rec Room's pivot here, their choice to lose all these humans building this thing, is going to help them focus. Because if you think meta, like, it feels like there's another shoe to drop where Meta's going to have to say, okay, this is our new direction for Horizon Worlds. That doesn't mean they're going to drop Horizon Worlds, but it's going to mean a correction of some sort, I think, to say we've got to go do certain things. And I think it'll be along the line of what David was saying. I got to bring up Walkabout, though, because they've got the flat screen version of Walkabout, and it doesn't use hand tracking yet in any of that platform. Yet, they have started to build out. You can see in their platform, you could, like, if you go get the live camera, there's 2 handholds on either side of the live camera, where it's clear that you could just reach out like this and grab the live camera and bring it around like this wherever you want, as soon as they choose to adopt that for hand tracking. My point on bringing it up right here is, like, Rec Room is great with 2-handed hand tracking. Like, if you want to go do the quest for the golden circle or whatever, and you've got a bow and arrow, you're having multiplayer VR that almost feels as good as Longbow, and it feels really fantastic to get in there with another person or 3 or 4 people. The difficulty scales. There's more bad guys if you've got more people out there. It feels all great, but it's 2-handed controls. In Walkabout Mini Golf, it just has the one controller, and it's fascinating. Even that one choice sometimes breaks the entire operating system of Quest. If I go and get my left controller instead of my right controller and then go play Walkabout Mini Golf for 45 minutes, the moment I want to try to access my menu system, I'm out of luck because I don't have the menu button on my right controller. Now, there are the menu buttons on the hand tracking. Sometimes I can hit those menu buttons on my wrists, but it's, again, sometimes those wrist buttons aren't there in the system. All these choices are changing right around us, is my point, David.
In fairness, Meta does have the multimodal feature, so if Walkabout Mini Golf wanted to, no app has really used this yet, but you can have one controller and one hand. That comment I made about the winning VR social network will be VR only has really brought up some strong opinions in the audience. So sorry,
is Walkabout Mini Golf VR only, or do you think they've lost that because of the iOS version?
No, I think Walkabout is not a social VR platform, though. They are focused on one specific interaction, hitting a ball. I think it's possible to do that well multi-platform. I'm talking about a general metaverse social VR platform where the idea is not that you're doing one interaction, you're doing every possible interaction and every possible type. So let me just get into that. So firstly, I want to address the comment from CJ7 saying, we watch flat screen videos and movies and pictures and resonate all the time. When I say VR only, I don't mean you can't have flat screen content. Obviously, having Netflix and YouTube and all of that stuff in your photos in VR, vital, huge part, not the winning social VR.
It keeps you in VR longer.
Sorry, let me just, absolutely, that should be a thing. The winning social VR network will absolutely integrate all your flat screen content. That's not what I mean by that. I don't mean you'll only have VR interactions. I mean that you'll only be able to fully experience it in a VR headset with hand tracking or controllers that have advanced hand tracking. And why do I think that? If you look at all of the social VR networks today and how they work, let me just firstly contextualize this. Some people going, oh, you're wrong. VR chat works on flat screen and VR and it's really popular. It's popular today, but in the grand scheme of things, it's like, 100,000 people that are like strongly active users. I'm talking about eventual. That's the key word. We're talking about the long arc of this technology over decades. I'm asking, what's the VR social network that 100 million people will use? And I think it has to take advantages of the strengths. Everything that you have in VR today, all of these social networks, all of these social VR platforms, Horizon Worlds, VR Chat, Rec Room, obviously you can design a very nice VR interaction in it, of course, but fundamentally, they're about the large scale, the far field. They're still stuck in this flat screen gaming idea that what the fundamental mechanic is of a game is that you are a character controller that moves around a giant environment and with a thumbstick. And sure, you can do that in VR, but the magic of VR is in the near field. It's doing things that you cannot possibly do on flat screen because you have too few degrees of freedom. You have one mouse that can point around like this, or a controller, a WASD, and a mouse. Those are far too few degrees of freedom. What happens when the mechanics are about physically picking up things and using your hands to connect objects in a way that depends on their geometry and physics at the near field and doesn't?
Yeah.
What I think the social VR network that wins will not have you pushing around a thumbstick to go around a giant world, but sitting around a table and interacting with objects and 3D interfaces with people that are virtually a meter away from you, not zooming around at 10 miles an hour and jumping all over the place. That Fortnite will win on that. It's far better to do that on a console or a PC or a phone. We have that exists. Nobody wants to do that in VR at 100 million scale. But if you can give them something that they cannot get anywhere else, the visceral feeling that what we evolved to use, all our 5 fingers and hands together at close scale, where we have high fidelity avatars that are either really, really good traditional avatars or codec avatars, ideally codec avatars, with full hand tracking, facial expressions, close enough that you can see their facial expressions. It doesn't matter if you have face tracking, if you're zooming around a giant world as a character controller and you can't see each other. I'm saying the best VR social network could work if you were restricted to only being in a 3 meter by 3 meter virtual room. Will I be wrong? Who knows? Come back in 20 years and find out.
I love it. And people are talking about Alchemy Labs and their newest game. Can't think of what it's called right now either. I thought I had it in my brain and then it escaped my brain, but go and experience Alchemy's latest if you can. I believe it's free and then they're charging for the DLC packages for it. And so they're taking a lot of the learnings that they've taken from the VR market and trying to apply it to social multiplayer VR. One of the things that they did, if you go watch one of our videos that we did, is when another player in that game goes and pulls up their menu system, this cool little low poly do you remember in was it Lost in Space when the armor sort of mechanically comes out over the person's body, over his head? It was such a cool special effect back in the 90s. The panel of this menu sort of rolls out behind the UI, so you actually as another person don't see the UI that the person over there is distracted by, but you see the fact that they're looking at a UI. So this is a fundamental idea, right? Like, I want to know when David is distracted by his menu system sitting over there. And right now, I can't necessarily know that. I have to kind of guess that David has brought up his MetaQuest Horizon OS in midair. Google has that figured out, and they learned it from Alchemy Labs.
Yeah, I think you have that in... We're going to talk about Quest Home soon, actually. I'm pretty sure Quest Home has that, actually, where you do see like a version of their universal menu. I don't know how they do that with Navigator now. Yeah, anyway, we should move off this topic. We should point out the human aspect of the Rec Room layoffs, which is that according to Rec Room, the departing employees will be paid 3 months health benefits. No, sorry, they will be paid for 3 months with health benefits up to 6 months, and they will keep their work computer. So that's the human aspect here. Awful for people to have to lose their job like that. I'm not going to say that softens the blow, but it does sound like a reasonably reasonable package to help them get on their feet to go to the next.
If a startup or company does not give this feels like minimum. Those feel like good packages, but if you're not like 3 months and 6 months and taking your computer home, I would be upset if a company in this space didn't give those things to their departing employees. It's one of the reasons I purchase all of my hardware for myself. Like if I ever left UploadVR, I want to own I want to own all my equipment, and it's so important to me that we do that. And I don't know, it's like a company car, right? We don't have company cars. We have personal cars we use for company purchases, right? Like it's we don't have anything like that anymore. And I don't think company cars make sense anymore. Company PCs don't necessarily make sense. So yes, and also I'll notice that Rec Room didn't actually release the number of people that were let go. So yes, they gave us what they were trying to do, but all they said is half of our employees are leaving. I'd like to know how many that was. So if you're at Rec Room, please give us that bit of detail so we know how many people just went for the door yesterday.
Yeah, the one thing I want to push back on is that I fully agree with you that it would be ideal to have all employees get this. I think it's absolutely necessary that they get that package because Rec Room is a VC-backed company. But, if you are a small VR startup and you've just gone bust and you physically don't have the money, you can't do it. If you don't have the money, you can't do it, right? So the caveat I just want to add on, if they have the VC money to do it. And just before we move on to the next topic, I want to just say one last thing on my little unhinged rant to kind of maybe get the OGs in the comments and viewing to kind of maybe get a more visual and memory-based idea of what I'm talking about. The winning VR social network will resemble the Oculus Toy Box demo more than it resembles Fortnite. That's my claim.
Okay, I've got something I want to do on this rant too. You cannot do this. You cannot do this in Horizon Worlds.
It doesn't have hand tracking.
And that's fun. That was fun. That was fun for me. I hope it was fun for you. And you can't do it with controllers in your hands.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And Horizon World doesn't support controllers. And you could argue that, again, that's because the focus is on mobile and web and expanding that. And how do you deliver high quality interactions that use all 5 fingers with each hand that you can do on a mobile phone? You can't. That's the thing. They do not physically have the degrees of freedom to have these interactions. You couldn't play Toy Box on a flat screen. I mean, you could have the mouse go down and point to things and pick them up. There are many video games that do this. It's fundamentally different. The ability to, pick up the ball and do table tennis together and bounce something off and, all of these interactions that were there in Toy Box. Anyone who's been around for a decade will know what I'm talking about.
David, what I would love is a social network or, I would like a God mode for Fortnite or like any other game where you're playing and you're playing your normal game, whether it's Halo, whatever the game, but you can go into a certain mode where you have a God player. And that God player is this person who's just looking over the map and they can just do whatever the heck they want. They're just a bit of chaos in this world, right? They could smack away all the little players. They could send rain in. Like, I would like to play a flat screen game with a God character overhand, just creating absolute mayhem on the course.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen that in a few games, right? You got Walkabout Mini Golf obviously has it for a viewer. I can't remember the game, but there's a game where you're a giant and the other people.
Yeah,
there's a game in Horizon Worlds actually where this happens. Somebody's the giant monster and people attack them. What's it?
Horizon World going to get it right. So Davago, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Horizon World itself used to have that as the way that you could build in VR. So back when they did have those in VR tools as their primary focus, you could become giant, and that's how you could build the world, and people could actually be in it at the same time.
The red team is blowing. Oh no, God has just changed everything up for everyone, and now the losers have a chance, right? It seems like so much fun.
Yeah, you can play with scale in VR in a way that doesn't really work on a monitor, to be honest. Yeah, let's talk about Quest Home now, right? We've kind of hinted at it. I see a lot of people in the comments talking about it. So in the public test channel build of version 81 of Horizon OS, they have gotten rid of all of the previous homes. They're gone in the PTC at the very least. And they've replaced it with this singular home. That's not really a great explanation. Hang on here, my notes are taking a little while to load. Yeah, they've replaced it with this singular home that instead has scenery backgrounds. So the backgrounds are kind of the kind of thing you would expect to see on Apple Vision Pro, but lower fidelity, still way better than what they had beforehand. And then the actual core home here is unchanged, other than when you change the background, it does change the graphical lighting and mood and things of the internal one. The other thing is you can now freely move around it. You can either freely teleport or you can use thumbstick sliding locomotion. So that's something people obviously enjoy. You can sit down on the seats. They have the portal and things like this are much better generated, much better implemented. Sorry, they don't feel like stuck out. They feel like they were designed for it. They have this Instagram wallpaper thing that you can show your photos and videos on in 3D. And a lot of people don't realize, like, the Quest Home is multiplayer. You actually can join it. One of the biggest questions I got about this is, like, can you invite people over? Yeah, for like 2 years now, you can have people over and they can go around this. So when it comes to the movement,
but do you want to? Is the follow up question? The reason you're asking is do I really want to? That's the real question there.
So there's one reason you want to, and I can't believe that Meta hasn't really marketed this more. But another thing that's been a thing for just under a year now, maybe 10 months, is there is one thing to do in Horizon Home other than just sit and talk, and it's watch YouTube. They actually have had YouTube co-watching there for a year. It's the only co-watching that's built in on Horizon OS. You can see this kind of image here of a very
thank you, Meta.
Basic depiction.
Oh, thank you for YouTube, Meta.
I mean, that's a pretty big use case, right? Being able to watch YouTube together remotely, obviously, ideally with codec avatars.
The two biggest ad giants in Silicon Valley have teamed up. I'm so happy for them.
YouTube's watched more than traditional TV these days. YouTube's huge. Like, do you not watch YouTube? I watch YouTube.
I handed my Game Boy to James in our audience in a pair of Apple Vision Pro headsets.
Yeah. So look, co-gaming is
YouTube, cool, yay, right? Like,
I'm sorry. This is something we talked about and people talked about for years. Wanting to do co-watching. We talked about co-watching for years. This is cool. Well, I'm so confused. If you suddenly no longer interested in VR co-watching?
I was interested in it 3 years ago, right? Like that's what they should have gotten us 3 or 4 years ago.
Sure, but it's better late than never, right? It's like,
I mean, you're right. It is better than late than never, but maybe not for Meta, right? Like it's better for us, but maybe they missed the boat on getting us this functionality along with all the other video that I want to show off to my friends.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of people in the comments echo what I'm saying. Like, YouTube is the primary way you watch content that isn't like paid for, right?
What about DRM? So like, that's the thing. Like this works until you hit a wall, right? I want to go show you my Play movie library where I've purchased a $10 movie. And wait a second. Oh no, we didn't pay the toll to the right person to show this content to one another. And it's dead to me because of that.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, that's the thing that Andrew Bosworth has rightly pointed out, is that he would love to. The answer to why, Meta, why can't I watch Netflix together with other people? Andrew Bosworth has said to this, I agree with you. I would love for Netflix to do that. Go ask Netflix. It's not Meta's decision. It's Netflix's. So YouTube has agreed to it. So that's why you get it. It's the same thing with like Discord. People were asking Andrew Bosworth, why isn't Discord on Quest? How can you not realize that Discord would be so great on Quest? And his response was, please, if you have someone at Discord that you know that wants to do this, send them my way. Give them my phone number. I'll do it. Like, it's the integrations are something that these companies get and they're happy with when they get it, right? Like the Spotify web app or whatever. Look, I strongly expect we probably will see something more about this at Connect. Like, sure, continue.
I came home and I plugged in a USB cord to my Quest. And when I plugged in that USB cord, it tried to format an SD card up there, and I told it no. And then it tried to pull up the MetaQuest HDMI app because that USB cord is by default bringing in an HDMI signal from my home network. So that HDMI signal that's coming into my Quest right now, I could pull up and enjoy the media watching an HDMI picture right now. The sound from that HDMI signal would come over my wireless speakers in the corners of my room. So I would get stereo and I would get my nice 1080p HDMI signal. That's great, right? I would have media in here. I could watch a movie, I could watch Star Trek while we're broadcasting with this audience. That's fantastic. But if I was in a Vision Pro and I did the exact same thing, I took this cord and I plugged it into the dev strap in the Vision Pro, and we're on a FaceTime call. I hit share on that FaceTime call, and what's coming into my dev strap is now being shown to you.
Sure, but to do that, you have to sign up as an Apple developer and buy the $300 strap. I get your point, though. I strongly expect that we'll see this at MetaConnect 2025. it's such an obvious feature that I think we're going to get there. But you do have to do it through a traditional screen sharing solution there. There's good evidence for it, though. I still do want to push back, though, and say that, like, in big screen, which we all love, and like it's an app that we've talked about being great for years, like the primary thing that you would use there if you didn't have a PC with something like a Plex server is YouTube. I do want to just push back again and say, and our commenters are saying, like, YouTube is being able to watch YouTube with people by default. You just put on the headset and start a call and click join home and you're there. That's it. I've tried this. It's really low friction, actually. Being able to do that is great. But I agree with you. Of course, we would love to have, a universal share play.
So you're right, but let me again break this model down for our audience. I could go download. I've got Shadow PC, and I could have a dual screen setup for Shadow PC right now in Apple Vision Pro. The Apple Vision Pro would display one screen as an iPad app directly on the headset from the Shadow PC. And then I could display a second monitor from that Shadow PC on some other device outside of VR, and then mirror that device into VR. So then I've effectively got a 2-screen display inside of my Vision Pro of a cloud PC out there. Now, on that cloud PC, I run this studio, the same frame that our audience is watching, and I have that displayed as a 1080p frame inside of my Apple Vision Pro, right? Now I have 4 or 5 people in this community, 4 other dev folks in this community, join my FaceTime call, and they're sitting with me inside of Apple Vision Pro, watching that frame over there live as it's being broadcast from a cloud PC to my iPad app, to our audience, and they're actually co-watching with me, you, on that little flat screen out there. We're in VR headsets watching a flat screen, and we're giving them the co-watching experience they're all dreaming of. And I'm managing the broadcast from our own little universe while watching you. And at any time, I'm like, hey guys, I'm going to take my headset off. And boom, I'm out of Vision Pro. I grab my Quest 3, and I've just disappeared from this co-watching experience with them and gone into virtual reality with you. Like, I'm just... The folks that haven't used the Vision Pro don't understand that this model works today.
Okay, what you're saying, share play absolutely does need to come to Quest, not the literal version, but a meta equivalent. Of course, you need to be able to share your screens. It will be on my prediction list for MetaConnect 2025. I do want to point out one kind of minor irony that our show is streamed on YouTube, so you actually could do this in Quest today. They could be watching. People could have in our audience a watch party in Horizon Home, whatever you call it. Put this up like this with YouTube. Yeah. But no, I agree. Look, I agree with you. I don't disagree. Like, SharePlay would be great to have. Yeah, let's just talk about V81 a little bit then. So the other kind of thing you have in this home, so it has this Instagram thing. It has, a much higher fidelity graphics, which is great to see. The backgrounds are good. The loss of the original environments, some people care about it. I think good riddance. They sucked, to be honest. The problem was that they were people's first introduction to VR, and they looked a lot worse than what even the Quest can pull off. The interesting thing about the locomotion here, the ability to now freely move around this, is that it is controlled by a new settings tab in the Quest system settings called World Movement. And this is actually the same world settings for Horizon Worlds. So they are likely going to remove the settings from inside Horizon Worlds, and then both Home and Worlds pulls from this same movement settings. Now, this is something we've been talking about and asking for, and developers have been asking for years, not in the context of Horizon Worlds, but in the context of having a system level movement settings. Because if they add an API for this, then instead of every developer having to roll their own settings UI, and instead of the first thing you do when you launch a cool new VR game that you've been excited for is go through a screen and go, yeah, I want my snap turning or my smooth turning 45 degrees. I want to change the acceleration off, rotation angle to 90, whatever I like it on. Blah blah blah. Let's get every developer to roll the same UI to ask you the same fucking questions every time you launch a VR game. All the Meta has to do now that they've built this UI into the system settings is allow developers to use the same API that they're clearly using, right? It's not magic. They pull it from the query. What is the user set here? If they can query the same settings, then you can get rid of that setup, and you can specify once that you want slide turning and, controller relative, whatever your settings are. Everyone's different. I'm not going to tell you that yours are better than anyone else's. That's why we have settings. But it's a really annoying aspect of having settings that every game does it. So it's so frustrating to me that they probably won't, but they're now literally one API away, as in just adding one API away from getting rid of that for any developer that doesn't want to have to roll their own settings. That doesn't mean you can't do advanced settings, by the way. People might say, oh, there's not here, doesn't have my special setting. Whatever. You could even just load these in as the default in the game and still keep your settings UI. Nobody's taking it away. But this would be way better than spending the first 5 minutes of a new VR game changing all these settings all over again.
So take 3 games, Iron Man VR, Batman Arkham Shadow, and Deadpool VR. Do you think those 3 titles could pull from this menu for getting through that game?
I would love them to, but I feel like if they did it for their own games, they would, they're going to... I don't think Meta really does private APIs. I can't think of a private API. Apple is big on their private APIs that only they can use. I don't think there's any, now other than Horizon Worlds, I'm talking about just their games, their Oculus Studios, Batman, Asgard's Wrath. As far as I'm aware, Asgard's Wrath and Batman use all the same APIs that are available to every other developer. And if they did it, then they would make it available for everyone else.
Well, I guess, interesting. I guess I'm wondering if it could loop in there. The follow-on question is, do you think they could add to this the foveated vignetting feature, the vignetting feature that will during any of these movements?
Yeah, so it is actually here. If you scroll down, this is obviously just a screenshot. If you scroll down here, that's what this comfort setting is. It's exactly that, the vignetting. So you're right to point out that that's another annoying one that you set for every app, right? And sometimes they don't even ask you, and you go in and you start moving, and maybe you do want it or you don't want it. People have very strong opinions on this. The people that want it hate when they don't have it, and the people that don't want it hate when they have it. So if you scroll down here and you set this once, every app could read from this. Now, I want to be crystal clear because I think some people are like, this is not the case today. This is only usable by Horizon Home and Horizon World. So ironically, despite my previous comment, it is a private API right now. I'm simply saying if they were using their games, it would come. So if anyone at Meta with any decision power around this is watching this, please, for the love of God, please give us an API to read from this. It would, if you care about friction, how can this be this is such a blind spot for Meta friction. I actually have seen Meta executives argue against the idea, for some BS abstract reasons that you can only come up with if you're playing the dumbest devil's advocate. Come on, it's obviously a good idea to do this at a system level.
Yep, very big deal there, and I'm very curious. People are still joking about me flipping the bird here in our studio, the cuss words we've dropped on this show because we're dealing with such frustrating things. I mean, it's hysterical. We're pretty reserved, honestly. We try not to get fired up about these things, but the issues that we discuss, like these menus and what David described, 5 minutes going through the menus, right? You're talking, when you add it up, hours or years of human life spent staring at those menus, right? What's worse than spending time in traffic? Putting a VR headset on and then staring at a menu and fiddling around with a menu.
It's friction. It matters so much, right? And it changes how people psychologically think about buying new games. If you're a developer, you should want this because people psychologically, people have this idea of the friction that's involved in doing something, right? If they have this idea, if you had a magic world with magic technology where they clicked install on you, they bought your app on the store, they click install, and instantaneously in 0 seconds, they're inside in VR having fun, right? This time to fun metric. That's obviously impossible. But if they did that, they would use VR more, right? The mental blocker of I got to go through all this. So the install process, that gets fixed by faster internet connections, faster storage and CPU on the chip. But once you go in, I've talked about this before and said, if you're a VR developer or a mixed reality developer, you should be doing everything you can to minimize the seconds between launching your app and being in. And there's 2 variants of this. There's the initial seconds to fun, right? So including all of these initial first time setup. And then there's the each time after time to fun. And a lot of developers do focus on that each time after one. And I've seen a huge improvement in the community over the past 2 years. But I think that initial one of going through all your effing, not going to swear again, menu options, you're absolutely right, Ian. Nobody wants to put on their headset and type in the same damn settings every time. Now, we're going to make ourselves angry if we keep talking about this. But
No, why does it make us angry? Because it's literally we've lost time. We went into a headset to escape this. Where we came in here for fun, for verbs, and you're putting things between us and our verbs. And that's going back to this, like, I have a headline here that's only 2 years old. Harry Baker wrote it back when it came out. But Meta evicts users from their Oculus homes. That was a headline we had only 2 years ago. What do we call these homes? Were these Quest homes that were just destroyed?
yeah, they're technically called like Horizon Home, but they're homes, whatever they're called. You're right to say that for some people, it's going to be they're going to be attached to them, but like it's not the same because when they replace it with nothing, right? They got rid of we're talking about when they got rid of the Oculus PC 2.0 home and just got rid of it. It's just blank environment. It was also deeply customizable. So these were your homes, right? These Oculus PC homes were homes that you literally built and placed custom objects, and people loved that Oculus home.
Look at these comments, David. I love these comments.
Yeah.
Siegfried and Mr. Mycelium. We all had an argument where David was pointing out how Meta has done far more for VR than Valve, and yet people keep criticizing Meta for not doing enough. And then Mr. Mycelium adding, why does Meta drag their feet so much when it comes to software? They're poised to make a fantastic OS, yet we're stuck with what is essentially feels like a toy. I wish they could just lock the hell in. Go ahead, David.
I was just going to think over the past year or two, they have more, like this used to be a lot worse. And that maybe if you're new to this, you think, holy, how could that be true? They do seem to sort of be getting their S together. I'm hard not to swear. I think personally that Navigator is a good start. We'll actually talk about in a second how they're not making it the default anymore, V81. And I think some of the things they're doing here with this home are good starts, like to come back to what we were talking about, those environments were low quality, completely uncustomizable, and you couldn't even move around them. I understand maybe some people are attached to them, but I respect if you feel the loss, but this is a far better foundation. Like the fidelity is better. You can freely move around it. You can see that they're starting to do widgets as like all wall objects. And I haven't even got to this yet. You can actually pin any window to the wall, pin any window in these homes, and they'll persist even through reboots. This is something that was obviously there in Windows Mixed Reality years ago, but it's a cool feature that I've seen, Luna, for example, really hyped about and find really interesting. The other feature in V81 PTC is this window pinning, and it's separate between Passthrough and your virtual home. So you can pin windows in your virtual home up to 3, and they will stay not only just where they are, but in the same shape, the same state that you've positioned them. And then you can go back into Passthrough, and all of those windows will be gone because they're in that home. And you can pin windows and pass through. So you can actually do kind of a little bit of makeshift widgets, just 2D windows, but you can persistently place, if you wanted to, like a browser window with a world clock app up on the wall and have it be your world clock in pass through, and then a separate one that's a completely different thing in your home. So window pinning is a huge feature here that is arguably just as important as the home overhaul. The other thing is like the graphical fidelity of the surroundings are much better. If little things like that. But I think this window pinning is really kind of underappreciated for how significant that is for the platform.
I love you pointing out that Windows had this years ago. It has a very Windows feel. I want to talk specifically to that question though of like why so slow. And David, you're pointing out like maybe they're getting it together. And the mismatch between Valve and Meta, right?
Well, Valve, you can't talk about, if you're talking about speed, Valve's...
No, I'm talking about investment. I'm talking about the investment criticism that Meta gets criticized for. Sure.
But I think it's interesting too, right? Like we're talking about why is Meta going so slow? Steam VR is being glacial. Like it's improved over time, but very slowly and steadily.
So follow me for a minute, and the idea that maybe the VR market coalesces at the speed of the PC VR market, or the PC market. Sorry,
I think Meta has had false starts. It's not that it's been slow; it's that it's restarted over and over again. Like Meta's issue is that if it had just taken the foundation it had with Oculus Rooms, 7 years ago now, and built on that, it could be an amazing place right now. But they had they literally just keep restarting. It's a personnel thing. It's a management issue. It's lack of vision. You had Oculus Hip 1, and then they got rid of it. And then you had Oculus Home 2, they got rid of it. You had Oculus Rooms, they got rid of it after a year. Then, they put this investment into Horizon. You had this old Horizon Home, then they got rid of it. It's that they keep starting over again. They need to, but I think they're finally on a decent foundation with Navigator and with this home that I could see them building out and kind of doing better. One thing I want to point out on this that I heard from a Meta employee is that in the Quest 2 era, nobody that worked on this really used the headsets. But then the Quest 3 was a step change in terms of how good the pass-through was, in terms of the improvement in optics and comfort. And because you had this mixed reality pass-through that people in the company started to care about, and you had Apple Vision Pro as this massive pushing force of look how much better we can do, the people actually do use the headsets now. It's this weird thing of we talked before about how the Quest 2 era was headsets sold without retention, and now we're at retention without headsets sold. But inside Meta is just as interesting, that the people who build these things actually use the damn headsets now. And I think that's why we're starting to get better. It's still a lot of problems, but I mean, look at Navigator, right? I think this is a lot better than what they had before. And even Navigator, when it launched, it had that stupid purple gray cloud thing. They got rid of it. They make lots of minor little tweaks to this. Even this screenshot's a few weeks or months outdated. I think this is a good foundation. There's a lot they can tweak, and the news that's relevant to V81 is that they are actually not making it the default anymore. It's going to be an advanced option. They need more time to improve it. They say, you can't really force such a big change on people without more of a subtle touch, I think, but. I don't know. I genuinely think they're starting to get their shit together for the first time. And I've been here criticizing them for years and years about their software. I think it's starting to get better.
Oh, goodness.
The last thing I want to say is we're having this. I don't think it's a good idea to have this conversation 3 weeks before Connect, because I feel like a lot of things we're going to say are going to be outdated by the time we see those announcements.
Yeah, well,
my answer. I would, sorry, just to interrupt you. I would strongly bet that we see some sort of SharePlay equivalent to Connect.
SharePlay. So sorry, you mean literally the Apple
technology,
or an equivalent?
As in, you're in Horizon Home, you click share on a window, and the other people in your Horizon Home can see that window. That's what I mean.
Yes, and then when does it ship, and how does it work, and does Meta keep an eye on everything you share? Are obvious questions that we will cover when that comes to pass. You're right that we're just a few weeks away from Connect when this stuff is all going to get detailed. But I have to I need to contextualize things that our audience forgets, that we even forget, right? I'm at a Meta event in 2019 where Mark Zuckerberg is going to come on stage and announce their next steps in VR. I think it was the Rift S and the first Quest. And Valve has picked that exact moment to announce the Index. These companies do move in opposition to each other. They cut each other off of certain things.
And the one, I think you're over-indexing on the 2010s. We're in a new era. And remember the editorial I put out when Valve released Steam Link? The relationship between Valve and Meta, when Meta was competing on PC and trying to build an alternative to Steam, and the relationship between Valve and Meta now, when every Quest headset is a couple of $100 one-click wireless accessor to Steam VR, is a world of difference. The Valve of 2019 wouldn't have dreamed of publishing an app on a Meta store. We're in a new era. It's 2025. It's not 2019 anymore. That's all I want to point out.
I guess I'm just going to have to say this stuff more succinctly here. AR looks like it's going to be adopted by the cell phone. At least that's how some executives are going to pursue it. It's going to be a flash adoption where one device is going to break through like the iPhone did, and suddenly AR is going to be everywhere. What if the PC, it takes decades to see 1 billion people in VR? The chart that Zuckerberg showed in very early on, we're at just 1% of 1% of this chart to 1 billion users. What if VR takes too long for Meta to get its platform control that it needs to do all the things it wants to do, like profiting from eyeballs, right? Profiting from ad sales, of just being a connector, and then profiting from you down the line. I, I, what if that is taking too long for Meta to make up its money? What if they have to focus on either the glasses or VR because VR is taking too long? What if they have to take out outside investment to help them, or if they have to make partnerships with others in order to succeed in VR over the span of 30 years instead of when they hoped, which was just 5 to 10 years when they started it out?
Well, I want to be clear that when they started, even when they started it, this was talked about as a multi-decade effort. A couple of things there. Firstly, I think you should ask that question in the 2030s. We're nowhere near that question. And Meta executives have pointed this out, right? That Andrew Bosworth had that response to the kind of drama around the 25 make or break year by saying, look, never give up, right? Like Mark Zuckerberg has controlling stake in Meta. We talk about like the Reality Labs financials. The company itself is getting more and more profitable every year. We're talking about a company that brings in, what is it, like 60 billion of profit last year? They can spend money on this forever if Mark Zuckerberg wants to. And we're still in this innings. We're still in the starting days. And we say this in the podcast, but I think this idea that it's taking too long for Meta, like, what are we talking about? We're still on like bulky 500-gram LCD headsets without eye tracking and without codec avatars, and we're in the beginning of the beginning. I think if you have the conviction to go from 2014 to here, you're not going to suddenly give up in 2025. Let's have this conversation in 2035 if things aren't going well. You know,
it wouldn't be giving up. That's the thing. It's not a giving up. It's a how do I gracefully exit from this market, or how do I get a piece of this market because it's too much for me to afford on my own to see it through over the.
But they're making 120. What was it? 120. These are. I might be wrong. It's something like 120 billion revenue and 60 billion net profit. Something like that. Like, and Mark Zuckerberg has a big greater than 50% controlling stake. Why? Well, they don't need outside investment. They could literally spend money on this forever.
It's not about you could, and you could lose at the end of it, right? You could,
sure,
if you spent it the wrong way, you could still lose.
The game has only started. We're in minute 1 of the game, and you're talking about, minute 5 of the game. You're talking about who's going to lose. Let's ask that at 90 minutes. Google hasn't even entered the game yet. The game hasn't even started. Google hasn't even launched. Apple has just launched an expensive dev kit for $3,500. Meta still hasn't even got eye tracking or foveated rendering. Haven't got codec avatars. They haven't got to varifocal. They have all of these things. This is not the end game. This is the start.
You're right. It's well. I mean, we're getting out of the opening innings, right? We're starting to get to the big moment. I guess is where I'm thinking about it.
I still think we're very far away. I think like we're still wearing 500-gram LCD, 2K LCD face boxes. We're like, we're not even halfway there to retinal resolution. And as we just discovered, retinal resolution isn't even retinal resolution. They don't even have eye tracking. We're still, if you told someone in the 2035 who just joined VR that back in my day I had a headset that didn't even have eye tracking and couldn't even display the color black, they'll look at you like you're crazy. It'll be like saying back in my day, my iPhone didn't even have a selfie camera, right? That was added in the iPhone 4 or something like that. Or back in my day, the computer couldn't even display color. It was just a, monochrome display. We're not even we haven't even got to any product that could even reasonably go mainstream.
No, I'm not getting it across. Let me get a thought out to our audience. I think Palmer Luckey is a bigger believer in virtual reality than Mark Zuckerberg.
Which is ironic because Palmer Luckey said, a few months ago, I would love to be the world's biggest VR believer, but I'm not. Mark Zuckerberg is. He said that exact quote. He said, Mark Zuckerberg is the world's biggest VR fanboy.
Yes. And there could be, you can still be the biggest VR fanboy and drop the largest amount of money. And you could still, by whatever measure Palmer Luckey is using, like what measure he's saying is Mark Zuckerberg has spent more outright on VR than I have. Isn't that what he's saying in effect?
Sure, but it's also that it's not he's personally spent. He's spent it on a business, right? Like, I don't know. Would you think of the fact that Mark Zuckerberg has access to all of the research, Reality Labs research, and all of that path? Do you really think he's going to look at where that research can go? You think he tried Boba 3 and tiramisu and went, let's give up now? Like,
nope.
I don't understand you're saying give up, or you're saying change or something. I just think it's all a bit sensationalist. I think they're going to just keep on.
Follow me on this line of thinking. Follow me here. Back in 2012, a whole bunch of people got enthusiastic about virtual reality because of a Kickstarter that was going to...
A couple of 100,000 or a million or two.
And the media.
Sure. Yeah, and the media, yeah.
Yeah. So a whole bunch of people
started...
started...
tech media. The wider media. Nobody cared in the wider media. I was around then.
I was one of them, right? Like, that's how I got hooked into this.
Sure. But there obviously was a proclivity there, right? You're a Star Trek fan who liked the holodeck, etc. Like, there's a proclivity there. I think the average person had no idea.
I took my final paycheck from a job and used it to purchase the parts for a personal computer, my first personal computer. I went to PCPartPicker.com. I had my DK2 arrive from shipment after I purchased it on a previous check. And then I quit a job, and I took the money that they gave me departing that job, and I bought a PC with it. I bought all the pieces for a PC. I bought my first graphics card. It was a hulking beast of a machine. It was oversized, and I wanted all sorts of space to stick all my innards inside that machine. Put together this beautiful PC, and then got it running after a week and a half of all these pieces running. And then I brought my DK2 over to the thing, and I plugged it in, and oh my gosh, I'm in VR, right? And everything we do is under the assumption that standalone is the right model.
It's not the assumption. It's the fact that look at the market. Look at how many people buy them and use them. It's not. We're not.
And year by year, I have watched the people who were around me back in 2012 and 2014 leave the market one by one, crowded out by children and crowded out by low quality hardware.
Some of them are making
No, I'm talking about the enthusiasts that were there in 2014 exited the market in very large numbers by now.
I was there too. I had a DK1 back then. I had the PC. I've been there. I'm just saying some of them did, and some of them are making tens of millions of dollars today on the Quest store. Like some of the people I knew
have a very, very small percentage, right? Like,
sure, but that's in any market. It's a power law. Yeah. There's going to be winners and losers. Yeah, I understand. Look, I get that it's a big change. I get that there's.
I need to get to the needs of enthusiasts, right? Did you ever buy the OSVR headset?
I used it. I didn't buy it. I had it. I used it. Yeah.
Yeah, I used it. Mark Zuckerberg, Palmer Luckey, all these people have these big philosophical... They send memos that are 10 pages long to their entire staff to explain why we need to be doing this particular strategy. And all I've noticed is this all-in-one thing where you got to get your Meta account, you got to get into your Meta account before you can get to a virtual reality experience. Just puts people further away from the reason why they got hooked on this in the first place.
Sure, but thousands of people got hooked on it.
I'm getting tired of people criticizing me for being a fanboy of X company, Y company. You push back on this. I want a VR headset that doesn't require me to log into an account, that I piece together very similar to the Labo cardboard, but not made of cardboard, made of real parts, right?
Okay.
And I piece this thing together, and I flash an SD card, and voila, I have 6DoF virtual reality from parts I pieced together in front of me. That is an enthusiast asking for that. I am asking for that as a PC enthusiast, a person who doesn't give a crap about Apple, about Meta, about Facebook, about any of these companies. I am an enthusiastic person of personal computers, and I want a personal computer I put together and then hold up to my face. And nobody's making it for me. And
Razer did, as you said. They did, and nobody bought it.
Because it was crap, we can do it well now.
There's two separate things here. Firstly, what you want as an enthusiast is totally fine. I'm sure there are people in our audience that matter, but you then jump to the conclusion of, therefore, the market and standalone in the future. These are two entirely separate things. What you want individually and what I want, what I want is probably closer to what you want than you think it is, But then there's, what does the market want? And so, at the end of the day, the market doesn't care what our abstract ideas is. It doesn't care what our 10-page memos is. It cares what people buy. And I've given hundreds of VR demos in my time, hundreds. And let me just finish it. I've given hundreds. And do you know what happened every time before the Quest came out? People would say, "Wow, this is amazing. How do I get one?" And I would say, well, you can kind of go through two options. You can get a PlayStation 4 if you don't have one already and get a PlayStation VR, or you can go and get a gaming PC and get an Oculus Rift, and then instantly they don't give a shit anymore. They don't care. Flash forward to after the Oculus Quest. Wow, how do I get one? You go and spend 400 quid at a game or a Curry's or Amazon or whatever, and you bring it home, and that's everything. And they're like, wait, and I don't need a PC. It's wireless, yes. And then I can't tell you how many people have literally walked out of the demos I've given and gone and bought it. So standalone, it's not just about what Meta wants, right? Because Google's headset is standalone. It doesn't run off your Chromebook. Apple's is standalone. It doesn't run off your Mac. The reality is that as soon as you require a gaming PC to be a necessary requirement for something, it dramatically lowers the market. And even PC gamers don't really want, like, this is a very old version, God. This is from like 2023. It's I need to bring up one that's like much more recent if I can find it. Like, even PC gamers clearly don't want it at this point. Like, at least in the state today, it's sat around like 2% of Steam forever. If we were in a world where you watch that Steam percentage of Steam users with a VR headset number go up and up and up every month, and there was this massive demand, and developers are telling you, "I'm making so much money from VR games on Steam, people are buying it." Sure, but that's not like they followed the market, not some abstract idea. It's not about the account. You have to sign into Steam to use Steam. It's not that you have to sign into PlayStation to use a PlayStation. That's not the problem.
You're not wrong, but I'm describing the reason I hate Valve, as well as the reason I hate Meta, as well as the reason I hate Apple. And I can't keep doing this with both you and our audience criticizing me in both respects, right? Like saying standalone is the key, and clearly we need to throw our support behind whoever is throwing the most money behind standalone. When I have to take us a step, I feel like I want to take us a step back from it and go, yeah, I kind of agree standalone is the thing, but we need a standalone that doesn't require us to log into an account at setup in order.
No consumers don't care about that.
Otherwise, this is not the future of personal computing. I should quit this job, and you should find someone else to report on this because
you have to sign in to use a device in 2025.
Yes, that's Linux does not require that.
Yeah, and like, how many people use Linux? There's enthusiasm.
Every tech company in the world uses Linux as their underbelly.
Yes, but we're talking about what consumers buy. If you're talking about what enterprise wants, sure, of course, this PC, they use Vario headsets. But we're talking about what a market of tens or hundreds of millions of people. Why do tens of hundreds of millions of people, like, you should ask yourself, why do people use Mac and Windows instead of Linux en masse? If you look at the Steam hardware survey, right? It's what, like, Windows 90%, this is a random guess, Mac 4, Linux 2, something like that.
And it's like, I love it. I love that you're bringing that up. But what you're talking about there are two companies, Windows and Mac, that have evolved into requiring an online connected account over the course of them, and still, in some instances, allow you to use those machines without that online connected account.
But only a small number of tech enthusiasts care. Like, the people just sign into they buy their iPhone, they sign into Apple.
A small number of tech enthusiasts is also describing the co-founders of Valve. You're describing why the co-founders of Valve may or may not be interested in investing in a market. If it requires a Meta account, they are not interested in it as a market.
You're talking about Valve 20 years ago or Valve today?
I'm talking about competitively. Those tech enthusiasts are also the founders of companies that want to compete. You don't, like, the reason when Horizon has made this bet that they're going to be able to hand off this operating system to a whole bunch of partners, and those partners are going to make hardware and make profit, and that's how they're going to repeat Windows, but for Horizon OS, while simultaneously Google is saying, we're going to do that too, right? Yes. And Valve is waiting for the perfect moment. If they actually follow through, they may not, because for any number of reasons. Ian wants what I want. I want what Ian wants, a cartridge-based VR headset. SideQuest, this is my craziest thought. SideQuest could deploy home environments on a cartridge that could deploy over a USB cable straight to your headset. They could pack in a 128 gigabyte SD card inside of that cartridge, read from that cartridge straight to your headset. Yes, I want that. And VR is not the future of personal computing if you have to connect it to the internet before you get to use it. Unless you can piece this thing together from parts, it's what Palmer Luckey originally pitched in his Kickstarter before a bunch of people at a dinner convinced him to go another way.
Sorry, hold on. There was at no point during the Oculus Kickstarter was there putting a cartridge in the headset. Like, I hope
it was originally a kit. Headset. It was originally a kit you would put together yourself.
In some ways, yes, but yeah, over time, even Luckey himself realized that that's not what people are going to buy. People want. Look, I hope you get your cartridge headset. I really do. I'm not telling you shouldn't have it or someone shouldn't make it for you. I'm simply saying you're not talking about the future of personal computing. You're talking about the past. That's not, look at the world. Like, how are we having this conversation in 2025? I think we're talking about two different things. You're talking about what you want as an enthusiast, and I hope you get it. I really do. But then I'm talking about, like, our job as journalists to talk about what is this market? What are people actually buying? How are most people going to use VR? What, like, did you see Live Camera put out their statistics the other day of how many people are using that integration on Quest versus PC VR?
If I,
like, it was like 99.3% or something like that.
Guys, if an invading country comes into my country, comes into the United States, I want a VR headset on my head to control a fleet of drones to stop them from coming into my country. I want a volumetric representation of all the mapping data from those drones presented to me right here. And then I want 3 windows around me in virtual reality showing me feeds from all the different drones. And I'm going to send those drones out the invaders one at a time. I don't understand why a warrior, a soldier, someone in the military needs to log into an account in order to defend their country with a VR headset.
I don't even know where to start there. Are you talking about a civilian or the military doing this? Like,
in certain instances, there won't be a difference.
Sure. Like, I don't want to get into the distinction between militias and militaries at this point, but I just want to. I don't think we're going to agree on this. I think you vastly overestimate.
Paul Tuff. Look at Paul Tuff's. Look at Paul Tuff's comment in the. Let's move on to the last subject here.
Yeah, let's move on. I don't know how to address that. Let's move on to our final topic, I guess. Let's see. What do we have next? Yeah. So there were 2 more topics. First one is your invisible robots research. That's an interesting one. So you have the idea is that you can have things delivered to in VR by having simply a robot come and position the physical object in the silhouette position of the virtual object version of it, the proxy of it. And in mixed reality, it's a little bit more complicated because then you have to actually like mask out and replace the robot, but it can still be pulled off with modern, in painting, the same kind of thing you would do if you're kind of doing like a magic eraser on your iPhone, but in real time, where you're in mixed reality. You spawn a can of Coke Zero here. You see a silhouette of it, a ghostly silhouette of that can of Coke Zero. In the background, the robot goes and picks up the Coke Zero, places it exactly where the virtual version is, and then you see the virtual version disappear and you see the real version. And so from your perspective, in either VR or mixed reality, a real physical object has spawned slowly because you'll see that silhouette while the time robot's doing it. You could do effects like it gets more and more opaque. It's incredibly transparent at the start. As the robot gets closer, it gets more opaque, and then when it reaches full opacity, you see like a sound effect and a cool ding, and then you can pick it up, and you're literally picking up a literal can of Coke. Really interesting ideas here of how you could kind of, through home robotics and advanced AI in painting, essentially have things literally spawn physical objects that you can actually use. I guess a lot of people are going to say in the comments a beer. They would rather have, a beer spawn in VR for them.
Yeah, our commenters, I saw some of the comments out there were like, why don't you just get up and grab it? Right? Onakaze, don't know how practical it will be for the foreseeable future. I think this is incredibly practical, and this is a glimpse of a future that you can't even fathom right now. We don't have the video right now running, but when this person grabs the 3D model out of the air and places it right on the table, a cool little animation forms on the 3D object that slowly slows it fill in, almost like a 3D printer, scanning lines and adding to it as it goes up. And as soon as the object is fully rendered there and actually shown in its position, the system sort of flips it out for the real object, and you reach over and grab it and pick it up. This is solving a huge user experience problem with virtual reality. Every time you need to take your headset off, you break the flow of whatever you're doing. If it's writing, working, every single time you look away from your work right in front of you, whether it's a big screen right here, you are breaking the flow. And it's even worse if you take the headset off. You have to take a few minutes to get acclimated, find where your stuff is, get back to this. This is showing you a solution where you could have a household robot go to your fridge, basically grab something for you, bring it over to you, and all you see on your little desk right here is a time elapsed meter, just like you used to have when you're installing an app on your computer. Now it's installing an object next to you physically. It's a brilliant idea. It makes perfect sense for the future. These were, I think this was Princeton. Is that where this one came from?
Princeton, yeah. So I think, like, some people are saying this is a gimmick, and I agree on the AR part. Like, why would you need to mask the robot out for that? But VR, I think this is a lot more interesting because, headset pass-through will get better and better over time to the point that you could just go and walk to the fridge, of course. But you're working, you're having fun, you're socializing in VR. Maybe you don't want to. The reason we have technology is for convenience. Why not wash your dishes manually instead of putting them in the dishwasher? That's a silly argument, right? People use dishwashers. It's more convenient. I think in VR, this is where this matters because you can stay fully immersed in that virtual environment and then have this just spawn in out of nowhere. VR is where this is cool. And it obviously echoes back to Ready Player One, where he orders the pizza in the Oasis and it shows up. You could imagine a combination of drones and this kind of thing in the future. It is a little bit gimmicky, of course, but I don't know. I think this is cool.
Can you put people weren't getting it because we don't have the video here, but what this is missing here is down on the bottom part. Yeah, there it is.
Sorry.
Down on the bottom part is a little arm that can go grab something. And so this little object here, I think it's somewhere here, goes and it can actually grab an object. It's got a little articulated thing, and I think it can go up and down to grab things at different heights. But that's the overall system here. You've got a Quest 3 on the top, scanning the environment. Then you've got the headset itself sending info to the robot. And the way this works is you grab a 3D object floating from software, put it on your table, and basically that tells the robot, go put the thing in that spot. Then the whole system can mask out the robot. And what's magical about this is if you go back to last week's episode where I was going off on one of my crazy ideas, rants, I described basically getting to a future where the fifth element, right? You've got the person who flies up to your window to take your food order from you. And at the end of it, they hand you your meal and you take your meal and they fly off in their jet. The way that could work in the real world is a persona avatar or a codec avatar in a big floating ship comes over to your window. You put down the window to talk to the person. You're leaning out there and talking to them. They're making your meal. You're having a wonderful conversation with this person. They finish your meal. They hand it to you. And at that exact moment, between the software and the drone system, a drone flies by and drops the food directly into your hand at the exact moment that this person who just made the meal and had a chat with you hands you the meal. You take the meal. And you feel like the person has just handed it to you in virtual reality, when in reality, a drone has dropped in at the exact moment that the animation has shown you the thing handing over to you.
I think something that we often forget when we talk about the idea of the Star Trek holodeck is that it's not just, this high fidelity environment that you can freely walk around and talk to NPCs and have any kind of virtual environment and character you want, but it also let you pick up things and eat things and actually interact. And there's no conceivable technology in our lifetimes that's going to be able to deliver that, right? It's going to be able to give you physical holograms you can physically touch. That's beyond, beyond our wildest imaginations of. I don't even think there's any conceivable thing. In physics, there are these crazy ideas of if you had this theoretical particle, you could make a warp drive, by having like negative energy or whatever. But being able to actually have physical holograms you can touch, that's not going to happen. So that's why this is interesting to me, because you can kind of, in the exact way that you just described, Ian, kind of fake that. You can have a virtual character, driven by a real person or an AI, hand you a physical object and use robotics and tricks like this to have that object actually be a real thing that is being pulled out from another part of the house or a warehouse or drone. You can't. These are. That's why these tricks are important. In case people are wondering, like how. This matters because it actually can bring a level of physicality. You could do it with food, for example, and literally have it, as you say, as you go to reach out to pick up this food that was delivered. It could be a drone or it could be one of these robot arms that places it into your hand, and then you feel like an AI NPC has just handed you a hot dog that actually your robot went and cooked, and then you can eat it right there. That would be crazy. Imagine you just been through some sort of narrative experience, something that's a blur between what we call today a game and a movie, and at the end, like, the character rewards you with a hot dog, but the entire time, your robot has been in the kitchen cooking it for you, and you didn't realize any of this was happening, but it all feels just magical in that moment. These are the kind of interesting research tricks that can get us to that missing element of the holodeck, that it actually wasn't just visual and auditory and conversational. It was physical. And until we get the magic fucking light field, force fields,
Yeah, I love it. And David is talking about the matchup between sci-fi. You go watch Blade Runner 2049. You get a glimpse of some of this technology that we're talking about. He just went into a couple others. It's one of the reasons I think we have so many Star Trek fans in our audience. It's one of the few mediums that, like, imagined a utopian future for this technology, that we're able to use all these ideas to, for good, of making everything we kind of dream of, giving a place for everyone in this future. We hold that very dear to our hearts. We dream of that. And I got to go back to my little tirade about the dream VR headset that you piece together from parts. You absolutely need to log in to your military hardware to access all your military armaments or personnel, right? You need to go do that, but that is not the shape of modern like war. It's not the shape of creating an assembly line to supply tools that will outlast anything else. And the fact of it is, a VR headset is an incredible tool in any state. I see this and I see so many cool applications that
coming back to like the optimism thing and this and what you're saying about, like, technology is for good. I see an interesting comment here from Mr. Mycelium that echoes something we see quite a lot. And, Mr. Mycelium is saying, I don't want that. I like talking to people when I go out to eat. Plus, people need those jobs when they're starving in life. Why are we trying to automate the human experience? And maybe you have a different view here, but for me, what I think is, like, this kind of thing we're talking about, it's not to replace going out and hanging out with friends in person. It's when you can't be in person. And this is a wider trend about VR in general for me. So, we are already in the world where when you're not hanging out with people, you're not going out to dinner, you order DoorDash or Just Eat or Deliveroo, whatever you call it in your country. So you sit and you eat that, or, you go to the kitchen and make yourself food. You put something on the microwave or the oven, or you cook something, right? Like, in the broader context, VR is a better way to hang out remotely, not a replacement for hanging out in person. So today we hang out remotely by having video calls, phone calls, text chats, and disembodied video games combined with a voice call, right? You're playing a game with your friend, you're on Discord or whatever, but you're not there with them. It's not the same. And maybe this friend, maybe you're just both tired from work and you do live a mile away from each other, but you're tired from work and you can't be bothered hanging out. Maybe they're 50 miles away. Maybe they're on the other side of the planet. That doesn't matter. that's kind of the thing I want to say here. So no, it's not about automating the human experience. It's about making the time when you have to be at home anyway. When today in 2025, you'd be having a video call and putting something in the microwave. This is just maybe a cooler way. And that actually frees up some time, right? If you want to get into the wider robotics thing, you can spend more time hanging out with people in real life and remotely because you're not having to do these things that you had to do otherwise, or, you don't have to sit around and wait for a DoorDash and open the door and go and bring things in. It's about freeing up your time to do whatever you want. And you can choose to do that. You can choose to spend that time staring at a wall alone if you want. You're a free human being, or you can spend that time hanging out with your friends. But if you don't have that time, you don't get that choice.
Yeah, there's so many examples. So James is a New York area friend of mine now. I've met him basically from this audience. And as soon as I got to New York, we met up and started going to movies together here in New York. And to add, he's a big Star Trek fan. To add to sort of what David is suggesting there is, imagine we want to go play Star Trek Bridge Crew right now. And because James is in my area, he could come over to my house and we could do 2 members of our Star Trek Bridge Crew physically co-located in the same place. And then we call up David and one other person. We've got our 4-person Bridge Crew. We actually have to do some karate with our voice connection between us in order for the 4 of us to share a voice channel that doesn't share with anyone else, right? We need to somehow get the 4 of us being voice shared in that Bridge Crew in order for us to manage the Bridge Crew. Do we let Ubisoft take our voices? Do our voices get carried across platforms? You're on a Steam system. I'm on a Quest. Someone else is logging in from PSVR 2, if that's still up. And how do we get our voices together just in that scenario where the 4 of us are having this dream scenario? And I want James to come over just because we're going to go out to dinner afterwards, or we're going to go see a movie. And it's actually a little bit better to hear James's voice in the same room with me because it's 3D. It's a little bit less latency to it. It's just a little bit better to have him physically co-located. But then how do we take our 2 voices and send them off to the other 2 voices?
So that's actually a great point. Completely off topic, but really interesting. So how do you merge co-location and remote multiplayer? I was talking to a developer about this actually, who's building this. It's just clever design. What they're doing, they're not announcing their project yet, so I'm not going to spoil anything, but they are actually building a game to explicitly support this. And so how they have it is that it detects you're in the same location by knowing that you're on the same Wi-Fi network, and then it treats you as one recipient, and then it doesn't transfer your voice to the other person in the room. It just transfers it remotely. So they do actually, it's a design constraint that these companies don't think about, but if you're actually a developer listening and you're building a multiplayer game, consider this. Just do a little check. Are they on the same, do they have the same, you could do their WAN IP address. You could just check for their Wi-Fi SSID. There's a bunch of different ways to detect the people on the same network, because I've had this exact same problem actually, being co-located while remote people are in there. It's a matter of clever design. It's something that developers don't think about because it's rare, but over time it's going to be more popular as people have more and more headsets. I'm going to have to go very shortly, so do you mind if we move on to our last topic?
Yep, please do. I want to go back to give me space on a future episode to talk about my dream VR headset, because we need to talk about that.
If you want, I could, once I sign off, I can leave the PC on for a while.
Just give me a few minutes, at the end. So what's our last subject here?
Sounds good. So our last topic is about that editorial from Craig that I think you liaised with Craig to get that in on the site. Maybe in the comments today. I'm not sure if I see them still here. I think I might have seen them at the start. So this editorial is arguing that the state of most VR retail is terrible. By retail, we mean going into a physical store and trying out a headset, and that matters because giving people a first impression that they can go and try out a headset and have a really great experience is so fundamentally important to VR. I was talking before when we were having our lively debate that I've demoed VR to hundreds of people. It's something that I'm personally very passionate about. And, I talked about how it didn't matter back then because once they heard that you need a gaming PC or a PS4, you might as well tell them that they need a Lamborghini. They don't care. But now we're in a world where you can walk out of a store after a great demo with a $300 Quest 3S or a $500 Quest 3 or, a $3,500 Apple Vision Pro. And this is something that Apple has done very, very right. We've talked about how people don't seem to know that all of the new Apple stores that are being built have a dedicated side room for Vision Pro demos. So they're not stuck out here. This is a real image of one of these side rooms. And I've seen people like not believe us about this so many times. They've been like, surely it's for, other stuff and not just Vision Pro. I went to one to confirm. No, it's for Vision Pro. It's a real side room. Every new Apple store that has the space, they have like different size classifications, but this size classification has this physical side room that they do these dedicated demos. You book in. Apple has the entire software experience and hardware experience designed end to end to be amazing. So you book in your demo. You can give them if you give them your prescription and they scan it in and they bring the right prescription lenses and attach them into the headset. They scan your face with the iPhone and then give you the right light seal and head strap for your head. During the demo, this is something they added at a later time. They let you airdrop. Someone talking to me about this. I haven't done this demo personally, but they told me this happens. They now let you airdrop your own panoramas and spatial videos from your iPhone. Most people don't have spatial videos, but they do have panoramas, and they can see their own memories. Wow, that's where I was on holiday last year. This is at full scale. This is amazing. And obviously, the rest of the demo is very clever. It's tailored. It's 10 to 20 minutes, I think, and it's all about showing it in the best light. With a demo, the software experience that runs during this demo was designed for this exact scenario. Every one of these Apple people are trained to know exactly what they're doing here. They've done it themselves, and it matters. Now, let's flash back to what Craig's talking about. Here is a Best Buy experience where you have no Quest 3S, came out a year ago, a Quest 3 with one controller, a Quest 2 with one controller. Where the other controllers have gone is anyone's guess. And the Quest 2 is kind of just awkwardly falling down here. And then, when you do try these demos, often the time it's staff that aren't trained. We're not going to blame staff. They're just doing their job. They weren't given the training. When I criticize here, I want to be crystal clear. I'm talking about the managers and decision makers who decide how much investment to put into training. When I say that, the staff don't care about it, they're paid whatever they're paid. It's not their job to magically care about something. I'm saying they haven't been given, the investment and reason to care. They don't care. The hardware's falling apart. The demo is kind of not really made. I would love to know, when is the last time that Tim Cook tried the Apple Vision Pro demo experience? And when is the last time that Mark Zuckerberg or Andrew Bosworth went to a Best Buy and tried the Quest experience? The massive difference here, of course, is that they are partnering with these retail partners. But this wasn't always this bad. At the launch of the original Rift, and especially with the touch controllers, they had great in-store demos. The problem is, of course, as coming back to what I said before, people said, cool, how much is it? It's $800 and you need a gaming PC, and they walked away. But we're not in that world anymore, and you could do a good demo. So what Craig basically argues is that this is like a fundamental missing part of Meta's strategy, and we would hold this up to any other company that has the goal of delivering mass market VR. Technic is pointing out that not all these even have demos. Yeah, I'm saying that they should all have demos. You should be able to walk into any Best Buy and demo this thing, just like back when the PS3 and Xbox 360 launched. You could walk into any electronics store and try them out right there. And the same thing with the Wii and all that. Demos are so important. As I was saying while you're away, I've literally dozens of people throughout my lifetime have bought a headset because I've given them a demo. And this is why, in an ideal world, Meta has its own stores. Now, it does have one. It has it right beside its HQ. We've seen reports that maybe it plans to expand this. For glasses, it matters, and that's probably why Meta is going to prioritize it, but it matters for headsets more. And yeah, I wonder what would the Quest 3S seals look like if we were in a world where you could walk into any Best Buy and get someone who was highly paid and highly passionate standing there greeting you and giving you the best demo that Meta's software engineers could possibly put together, tailored for this exact environment of being a stranger in a Best Buy that's just put on this headset.
Yeah, and it's really difficult. I was in a B&H photo here in New York, and B&H is a really cool store. But they have a multi-story demo space for all the stuff they've got. And I went up to like the second or third floor in this building, and they had two sim chairs there with, I think it was an Xbox and a PS5 hooked up to it. So you've got two chairs you can sit down in, two wheels you can put your hands on, and you've got two OLED TVs. I think one might have been OLED, one of them not. And you've got two setups, two complete setups here, where you've got the screen, you've got the seat, you've got the wheel, and you've got the system. And you've got all these pieces with prices next to every one of these things. And go to that store, sit down in either of those chairs and go, oh, that's what it feels like to race on a PS5. Oh, that's what it feels like to race on an Xbox. And it's fundamentally stupid that there isn't a Apple quality demo there for PC VR fans to go and put on a headset and experience a racing sim of that level in a store anywhere in America.
That would be interesting too, to do PC VR as well. I think you kind of have like an enthusiast thing around that. I think again though, what, market size, you should be able to go and try some of the best Quest 3 content in any Best Buy, right? That's something you should absolutely be able to do. Like this, I see some of our commenters echoing this. Who was it here that said, Mastoris Mass was it, I think, said that they went in and there was a broken headset and a broken head strap. The comments are moving too quickly, but we see multiple people in our comments echoing and saying that like they've gone in and tried this themselves. Sorry, it was Technic saying. Sorry, I can't find the comment. We'll just have to.
So there was a couple other comments that I thought were really interesting. Where was it? They just don't care because most people just order online, and that's coming back to my original sort of supplier thing, where there was someone else here saying that if you're selling nerd things, you should have nerds doing the selling. And that's a beautiful comment, but it misses the retailer's overhead, right? The need of the retailer to get this thing sold in stores, because home theater is actually the closest model for selling a VR headset. You go into a Best Buy, you go to their back home theater room, you sit down in their couch, you hear the 5.1 or 7.1 speaker system blast you with sound. You go and look at all the prices of every single component around you in the Best Buy store. Maybe even take pictures of the components as you go. And then you walk right out of the store and you go buy all of your components online. And like that, there's no space for retail, right? If there's only one retailer sending you a headset, that like you can get this price online. Like maybe you could even get a deal online with this, with some like gift card bundled with it, or some 3 months of service or something that isn't available in stores. I'm looking at the price right here, $429, right? That's $30 more than it is online, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's interesting, actually. I'm not sure why that is. That's strange. Maybe it comes with a bundle or something like that.
But the point is, that's, I would go online and purchase these things, and
that's 70 less. There must be something. I don't know. We'd need to see this in high resolution to see what this is, because this is the original. This is the Quest 3. Mastoris Mass was the commenter here that I was looking for. They said that on their Apple Vision Pro demo, it was brought out like a fancy dinner plate, really good with the whole demo. For Meta, had to go to a Best Buy. The Quest 3 was sitting alone with a broken strap arm, just sitting there. So one thing I wonder here is if the right strategy would be to do this at VR arcades, because people go to VR arcades, and Meta has kind of left that market to Pico and HTC, right? You go into these headset location-based VR things, and you do this experience with people and your family and friends, and it's a Pico headset and a HTC, and usually it's technically quite bad, not because of HTC or Pico, just other reasons. Would there be a advantage to even giving it out for a loss Quest headsets, and stipulating that you will get these headsets for so much cheaper, half the price than if you buy them
marketing,
from Pico.
Yeah.
But then what you also do is you say, the one deal is you have to turn part of your lobby into a sales position where you can buy a Quest. So you have a giant sign that says, want to do this at home any day? Here's buy a Quest 3, and it's right there. So you go in and you use a Quest 3 with your family, you have fun, and then you can literally go and demo what it's like at home and walk out of the store after doing this amazing thing going. I think there's a lost connection there between location-based and home VR that could be a thing.
And I mentioned multi-level marketing or pyramid schemes because that would be the nightmare scenario here. And whenever I see Meta offer $30 or the referral programs, I think of the multi-level marketing pyramid schemes out there. But I'll take it a step further there, David. That actually, if you sold the headset, what would be really useful is if that person gave me a QR code where actually when I get home and open up the headset, that QR code connects me to that person, and that person actually tours me through my first 20 minutes in VR. The person I just sold me the headset is actually my guide through my onboarding experience as soon as I get home. Be a really interesting way to make friends, to I don't know, to make this a quite literally a social experience right from the onboarding.
Yeah, that's a really interesting idea. I see Davin pushing back on my idea by saying a VR arcade doesn't want you to realize you don't need to come to the arcade. Great point. That's obviously why Meta would have to strongly incentivize it, and it might not be worth it. You're muted there. I wonder if we could see something that essentially is what we've talked about for so long in this show, that it's not actually a VR arcade. You bring your own headset.
Yep.
Except if you don't have your own headset, they'll give you one. But the cost is such that over time it's cheaper to just buy your own.
Yep.
When you go to when you go to any sport and you instead of renting the equipment each time, it's actually just cheaper after the 5th time to just buy the thing yourself. I wonder that you could literally have the much lower cost than VR arcades because these things are just running off your home headset, or they're just using the computer vision in your Quest headset to do co-location. There's huge potential here between tying the home VR experience to some sort of community event that it still involves the headset at a large building with a lot of space. Because as amazing as home VR is, the one thing it's always going to be missing is that ability to actually just walk 15, 20, 30 meters in one direction.
Yeah, David has nailed it. I've had dreams of I had a Kmart in town, and it was one of the last Kmarts in the United States. And I loved it because they've been recreating Kmarts inside of VR chat, and it's this weird experience where you can actually have a bit of deja vu going inside a Kmart from the 1990s. And one of the things I would love to see is if you could scale yourself to experience going into a Kmart from the 1990s, but as a child, right? You scale the whole world so you can have that experience really match up with where you're going with it. But this Kmart goes out of business in town, and you're just thinking that's the paintball area over there. That's the bowling area over there. You could easily rope off entire areas for specific games, and you could rent out that whole region for a bunch of players that go off to that. My dream scenario, David, is 4 lawn chairs in the middle of the Great Park in Central Park, in the middle of a snowstorm. And not a snowstorm, a lightly falling snow. Because you don't want to go blowing. You don't want the water blowing in the vents. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So, but then you've got little umbrellas to keep the snow off of your head so that you keep this little region. All right. You've got your 4 lawn chairs out there in the middle of Central Park. You got 4 people in their VR headsets, and you've got a HDMI splitter to split off a movie for the 4 of you. And you all watch the sunset in the middle of Central Park as snow is slowly falling down, and you're all watching a movie it's a movie in the park, but it's private to the 4 of you in your lawn chair. No one else is around you because it's snowing out, and the 4 of you are in your own little you got the snow, you got the cool air on your arms, you got the snow falling on it, but you're also in VR with your pals watching a movie on a giant screen in the middle of Central Park. I think we could get there. I think we could do it.
Yeah, there's so much potential for kind of unifying this home VR and in-person experience thing. I'm going to have to go now.
James describing that as very unhygienic. David, go out. I'll probably only be in here 10 minutes talking about my idea.
On the hygiene thing, there's been VR covers you put over the headset for years now. Ian and I, because every time you go to an industry conference or event, you're using them all day long, right? You're putting these things on 10 a day if you're at a conference. That's a solved problem in that sense. But so I'm gonna thanks so much, everyone. It's great to see you. Let's give Ian some time to talk about the headset he wants to talk about. And
I like it. Yeah,
CJ, I just gotta go.
All right, see you, David. I'll only be in here 10 minutes. I think David will kill this stream right outside of VR after I disconnect.
You can message me when you're finished. Sure. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. It's great to see you all again. we'll see you next week, and we'll see you in the future. But now you will talk to Ian.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you for David for keeping all your attention here at the beginning of the show. I highly recommend you become a member or a patron over at UploadVR.com to support the work that we do. We are a small team, and I appreciated the comment earlier saying that we were the NPR of VR. I love NPR, but also I tried to put them in contact with a couple people in VR so they can understand what was going on. The story didn't come out the way I'd hoped it would when they actually finally covered VR. So officially, I think we cover VR better than NPR at this point, and it's a little bit upsetting because I'm such a big fan of NPR. All right, I got to go talk about this Dream headset here real quick with our audience and the realities of modern warfare, I guess, is where I got to go with this. I'm going to encourage my audience out there, even though you haven't or don't want to go pay attention to what's happening in Ukraine. Go pay attention to the tools that are being used in Ukraine, how they're being used, and then we can have a discussion about the future of headsets, the future of technology, and understanding what is being learned in Ukraine is probably applicable for the next 100 years of warfare. How does the VR headset fit into that, and why do we need a headset that we can piece together? It's exactly what I said, right? I'd love to hear in our audience how many of the people in our audience have pieced together an actual personal computer. You took a graphics card, you took a power supply, you took a CPU, you took a case, and you stuck it all together with a motherboard, and you had a computer that you built. I'd like you to go back to that moment, the feeling you had, the pride, the sense of joy, the feeling that no one could come between you and what you're going to do with that computer. Right? There's no outside authority. There's no one, right? And if anything breaks, it's in your power to fix it, right? Go get a part, stick it in your machine. You can go back up your machine. These are all things that we've handed off to other people to do for us. Yes, you can have someone else handle your backups for you. That's great. That's a huge time saver. But there's plenty of situations where you don't want to depend on that sort of thing. And I go back, David and I have spent a large amount of time. We've had a large time in this audience where we've debated the value of like having a store, of having an account, right? All those things are great, but I have not experienced what I just described with virtual reality yet. I only had that moment when I made that PC back in 2014, where I felt that bit of pride of pushing all of these things together. I went and hooked up an Index, I hooked up a Vive. Those are all really neat feelings when you hook up those PC VR headsets to your PC and you get Steam VR Home up and running. You can stick things into the USB slot on an Index and have a really cool feeling like, oh, I'm a little bit of a hacker. But again, it's not the same thing as that huge moment of pride you get at piecing this thing together. And it's stupid that the closest I've come to that feeling I just described to you all in VR is with the Labo cardboard kits. If anyone has been out there playing with a Labo kit, you get it's a cardboard box. It comes in a cardboard box. You open it up, and there's 5 sheets of cardboard, right? You take these 5 sheets of cardboard, and you just start folding. And at the end of folding, you take the 2 Joy-Cons, and you stick them in different parts of this cardboard box you just put together, and suddenly the cardboard box became a robot. And you take these 2 Joy-Cons in each hand, and you're punching the screen exactly like a robot. And it's taking all of your movements out there and translating it onto the screen. And here I'm playing with a console, a Switch, and it's a terrible experience. I'm not even using a headset, but it's absolute joy for my whole family to convert cardboard into this immersive experience. And, we can have that with VR. It's like when I see our audience say this isn't going to happen, or like I've seen it's been really great to see our audience supportive of this idea. Like they actually share my dream a little bit too of this machine that we can piece together. But what I'm noticing is like it'll never happen. It goes hand in hand with what a wonderful dream, but it'll never happen. And I think that thought of it'll never happen is like you don't think it's in anyone's interest to make that thing. And I disagree. I think we're actually moving to a phase in personal computing where it's actually going to be maybe in the interest of Meta, maybe in the interest of Meta's partners to build something like this because, gosh, look at the Quest. You gave us an all-in-one package. You gave us a bunch of accessories we could buy. And you didn't get those people that were so enthusiastic back in the early days about piecing all this stuff together. Let me look at the comments here and see if I have pissed everyone off or if everyone's agreeing with me. I game build a PC since I was a teen. I'm prepared to buy pre-built custom builds since I got a job. Yeah, interesting to point out building yourself versus not. And it's interesting to think of that sort of like that idea of scrimping and saving to afford that specific piece you want, waiting months to get it. There's no equivalent like that in VR, right? There's no way to get like a wider field of view. Let's get the 150 degree field of view component this month, and like it's $50 more than the 100 degree component. This breaks our brain. We don't think it's going to work this way. Like all those things make sense. We're all trying to like, yes, it's unlikely this will ever happen, but I want it. F Meister is saying it was satisfying upgrading my RAM. I do remember that. Yeah. Upgrading a RAM is sometimes the first thing that people do if they don't get the chance to do it. But I love this idea that like think about that on-ramp to people buying their first computers, right? Maybe they upgraded RAM in an existing machine in order for it to handle the game they want to throw at it. Or they go and start from scratch and they take their time over the course of a year and a half planning their component purchases. And it becomes part of them in a different way than a VR headset. That's my point, right? And Julian, bro, wants a Framework VR headset. Thank you, Julian. Do you know who founded Framework laptops or Framework computers? The person who founded Framework computers was one of the people who started Oculus. They were there in the early days of Oculus, and you've just brought my point home. Someone needs to do for VR headsets what Framework did for laptops, what PCs were 30 years ago. And I think that's a moment that VR needs still ahead of it in order to achieve the market we all hope, right? And it's the only way that I think one of the only ways I think Meta's product succeeds from here, right? Like make it an open system and then log on to the device, whatever account you want once it's all put together. It's what I want. Let's see if there's any more comments out here. I think it's perfectly plausible, but it'll be like people that make their own pinhole camera from a Coke can. I agree. It could be a small market to begin with, but it could be a very large market over the span of time if you properly get all those pieces in place. Jack saying the Framework laptops are fun to work with, but not enough options in modular parts out there. I did feel that when I built my Google Cardboard with my extra DK1 lenses. Ooh, that one's fun. Sounds fine for PC, not monitors. The pride wasn't just the build, but the research. Doing the research, but no inclination to do builds anymore. I've built many PCs, but never built a laptop. Good point, Subcog. Maybe you want to look into Framework. And I've been looking into Framework. The thing I want from Framework is the beastly Framework, the beastliest Framework I can get with the best graphics card and just leave the display at home, right? And I've got pretty close to what Apple should be shipping. Apple should be shipping a headless PC. A whole bunch of people out there in the audience who have Apple Vision Pros are going and getting the Mac Mini because it's the headless machine that they can pair so beautifully with their VR headset. So you can get to the same thing over on PC that way. Fmeister, really respect Fairphone and Framework not locking down their devices. It would be great to see that come to VR for sure. I'll be happy if we can still sideload without losing social credits. I like that from Davin. And ultimately, like, I've got a line in my in one of my articles. So I've got an article I'll try to get out soon that's expressing the same, like, let's get a VR headset that's for enthusiasts of virtual reality and for enthusiasts of personal computers again. And the line I have in that draft article is what foul beast slouch the human centipede slouches toward Bethlehem to be born. If you don't know what the human centipede is, go watch South Park from many, many years ago, where they discuss the terms and conditions you have to agree to every time you sign up for an iPad, and the amazing humor they made out of that fact. We're still here 15 years on from that, and the same thing is happening. Why mustn't we agree to terms and conditions before we use our personal computers however we see fit? APU saying my dream of watching a movie with friends in a park is pretty much already possible if you install big screen on a Quest 2 to 3. I love people. This is the second or third time people have brought up big screen as fulfilling some of the dreams David and I have talked about of co-watching things. Yes, big screen is there, and part of their genius in choosing their market is they didn't invest a whole lot in you needing to sign up for a big screen account, right? When I go download big screen and load it up, I don't think I'm too, like, I think there's a way to log in, but I don't give a crap, right? Like, I'm just going to use big screen, and it's pretty powerful. Interesting. Davin saying, I think Ian would love the 3D printed firearm scene. They're pro freedom and self-made complex machines which shoot stuff. That's a big assumption from you, Davin. I would be very curious about it. In fact, you can go to my Threads channel and see some of my discussion with the CTO of Meta over the 3D printed firearm scene. Let's see. Big sigh of relief from Craig. Do we got Craig out there? Craig Melville. I just felt relieved that the BIOS fired up and no compatibility issues. Yeah, Craig, you're describing an experience very few have felt. It's written out in my article describing this, right? You're piecing together a PC. You get your motherboard, you get your power supply, you get your graphics card. It's all wired up together, and it doesn't turn on, right? You can't figure out what's wrong with it. And there's maybe you get a little number on your motherboard. There's a little display on your motherboard, and then you go look up that code and figure out, oh, the power isn't flowing through this spot, right? And then you solve that final issue, and you realize, okay, now it's time to connect the screen. You plug in the screen to the display port or the HDMI on the back, and then boop, this thing pops up, and it's not the operating system yet. It's the underlying system, the BIOS, that's going to run all this hardware. And that's the first feeling of relief you feel when you're piecing together your PC. Is you first got this handshake between all the different systems. And it's like, yes, now I'm cooking, right? Now it's time to go get my operating system and I can do real fun. That moment, right, is a moment we have yet to experience with 6DoF VR in particular. Closest I ever got to it was Razer showed me their OS VR system, I want to say in 2014, 2015. And they sat me down at a demo booth. They had the Oculus booth right across the way where they were showing off basically Tron-like games with controllers. Looks amazing up there. Then I go to the open source booth right here, right next to it. And they sit me down and they put me in a game that was, it might have been Wipeout or a game just like Wipeout. But they put me on Wipeout, and up there on top of the TV right in front of me was a camera pointed at me to make me think there was 6DoF tracking. So the very first thing I do inside of a cockpit, inside of Wipeout, inside of an open source headset, exactly like the dream one I'm describing, and then I go like this. And none of those movements are mimicked inside of my Wipeout cockpit. I got sick within, 5 minutes. I pulled the headset off. I'm feeling woozy. that was my last experience with open source virtual reality. This stream system I'm talking about here, where what if you put all this together? Like, you need to put all these pieces together. And the BIOS equivalent in my mind is you put that thing up and you lean around, and the tracking component that you stuck on the front of this thing actually accurately, moves around with you. You give us that, and you're going to open up a whole bunch of people for VR. I like James bringing up Project North Star. That could theoretically be VR. Go check out Project North Star if you're not familiar. Very interesting idea along the same idea of them hacking together this dream situation. CJ7, is it still Thursday? Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow with the VR sideload episode. This is a 4-hour episode I think we went on. And I just want to David and I don't spend 4 hours in VR just to prove a point about VR. We spend this time in VR, this huge amount of time, literally just talking to each other and you, our audience, because we value this conversation. We think these are important discussions to have about our future, how they'll work. And we encourage you to become members and patrons at UploadVR.com to support the work that we do. Davin, thank you for tuning in. Anything else you want to say out there? We see Marcellus Wilson. I think I'm ready to shut off this stream, but I do want to encourage you to sort of understand that VR headsets are the future of personal computers. And if you aren't thinking about them just like your personal computer, you're not thinking big enough about the possibility ahead of us. I don't know how you get that open source computer of my dreams that I just described. Also, to give you persona avatars or codec avatars to connect you with those far away people. I don't know. It's so far away. David does 2 hours. Ian does 2 hours. Yeah. It's fantastic. Marcellus Wilson still here. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all. If you didn't watch it, I'm gonna. All right, let's see. Parmesan. Wow, I love these 4-hour shows so much. Parma, thank you. We give me a good reason to raise money for a charity out there, and I'm convinced that between David, myself, and Don, David's going to be the one you're going to have to convince. So find a charity that David will support. And I'm convinced we can get a 24-hour stream going here at UploadVR, where the three of us switch off every 3 or 4 hours, and you get a full 24-hour stream of just the three of us in VR. But we're not going to do that unless you give us a really good reason to spend that ridiculous amount of time in VR just for the fun of it. Is this a 4-hour episode? Yeah, Parmesan, thank you for the donation, and CJ, thank you for doing the pitch for so many likes. We're over 100 likes out there. We are the generation that gets to witness the new generation being born into VR. Davin, I love that comment. We love seeing people chime in with where they're watching in the world from. We love hearing your age. We love hearing how old you are, because it tends to time you in your intersection with virtual reality, but also with the internet and with technology at large, and you can start to understand it. I was talking with who was it? His name is Kevin Mack, amazing artist out there. He's in his mid-60s, and he has built one of the coolest VR chat worlds you can go find. So the world is called Namuanki, Namuanki. So go spend about 45 minutes or an hour inside of Namuanki, inside of VR chat. Go interact with a bunch of the things that he's got on display inside of Namuanki, because some of the things are interactive and you press them and you actually get a vision. He calls them visions. And it's psychedelic music, psychedelic sights. Really, really cool place. You can go down there to the bottom of the ocean and just meditate and have a serene moment. Beautiful, beautiful work. That I called him up on the phone earlier this week and found out he's been messing with AI art over the last few years. He's still got his VR headset sitting there at his PC ready to go in, but he just wasn't feeling it. He just didn't have a reason. And I was talking to him about Walkabout Mini Golf. and he's never played Walkabout Mini Golf. And I've been talking to the artists of Walkabout Mini Golf, and some of them are the same age range as Kevin Mack in his mid-60s. And you've got artists out there, real artists, who have aged, who have been bitten by the VR bug, and the market couldn't get big enough, fast enough for them, that they had to go and take their artistry elsewhere in order to try to reach the largest number of people as they could with the remaining years as a creative artist. I need the artists at Walkabout Mini Golf to talk to this artist who created one of the most amazing VR chat worlds. And our audience needs to hear that conversation from people who are in their 60s, who have created some of the most beautiful places in virtual reality. And then we're going to have a discussion about why this market is taking so long to give us hundreds of millions of people, and why there is a difference between slop created mess and art that has been thought about very carefully by someone for dozens of hours or hundreds of days, whatever. Anyways, we will foster those conversations here on UploadVR. I will get those people either into the studio or on a phone call with us. Thank you to my team for the incredible work they do. Thank you to our audience for spurring these amazing conversations. Thank you to David for putting together this studio. Last time on comments here, Stormy, let's see. September is Child Cancer Awareness Month from James. Yeah, we could raise some money. That would be fantastic for that, to fight that cause. Davin, we need a charity that gives VR devices to sick kids in hospitals and elderly in senior centers. Yeah, there's multiple efforts to do that. And that is, those are good uses for it. The telethon, yeah, charity should be for UploadVR. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? That's why you become a member or patron. Support UploadVR, becoming a member or patron. And yeah, thank you to Parmesan for your support. I think that's it for me. I will be back for VR Sideload tomorrow. Don't know what time yet. VR Download next week with David. Please read UploadVR, support artists and the work that they're doing. Put them, if that means putting them on your wish list, it means telling someone else about the game that you love. It takes work, right? The algorithm, these platforms aren't going to help the developers you love, the artists you love, get the message out about their work. You can help them with doing that. So we'll see you in the future. Thank you. Oh, watch Star Trek or Alien. They're both doing pretty good right now. Yeah. We'll talk about Star Trek and Alien on tomorrow's VR Sideload episode. We'll see you.